A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. Well, there's one certain way of making a woman persist in her determination. And Molly Goldberg could have told the psychologist Dr. Cater what it was. Only he didn't ask. Well, the thing to do is not to oppose with violence. But Cater is so furious with Orianne for letting herself think of marrying Edward Way, because she pities him, that Chris can't think straight. And last night he talked it up too big. And for all his pains, he sealed the bond. But Molly is still hoping against hope.
Another cup of coffee, Jake?
No, thank you.
But, darling, you didn't eat any lunch, hardly not.
I had sufficient, thank you.
Only you?
No, Mommy, darling.
How is it Mr. Way is not here for lunch?
Because he had to left very early this morning because he had to report to the parole board.
It's better if I don't talk.
Talk, please, darling, talk. What do you want to say?
Nothing at all. There's my coat.
Get Papa's coat, Rosalie.
Why don't you speak to Orianne, Ma?
Your mother did enough speaking. Don't encourage anymore.
Well, do you think it's right for us to stand by and see Orianne marry Mr. Way when we know that she loves Dr. Cater?
How do you know who she loves?
Rosalie, please. Give Papa his coat and don't talk so loud. Please, Orianne is upstairs now.
You're right. Give me my coat before I lose myself. This is all getting beyond human endurance. It's my business who Orianne loves, or who she don't love, or who she'll marry, or who she'll refuse. What has this all got to do with me or mine? What? Goodbye.
Button your neck, Jake.
I wish I could button up my eyes and ears, so I wouldn't see what I see, and I wouldn't hear what I hear.
Yes.
Want me to help you with the dishes, Ma?
No, darling. You'll be late for school.
Papa can't understand the delicate feelings and emotions of a woman, Ma. Papa can't.
Put the bread in the bread box.
I know it isn't because you just want to meddle or interfere, Ma, that you... Well, you know what it would mean to miss a life of love. What can a woman's life be without love? I wouldn't want to live if I thought that there would be no love in my life.
Papa didn't say anything. He only said that
he doesn't want you to interfere, I know, but how can you help it? If I were a little older, I know what I'd say to Orianne.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So what would you say? Look out, you'll break the dish.
I won't.
So, what would you say?
I would say, you shouldn't marry a man because you're sorry for him or because you pity him. Mm-hmm. Because, Ma, that's the only reason that Orianne's marrying Mr. Way. A woman should marry for love. Because when you marry for love, no matter what happens afterwards, you're never sorry. Love can make up for loneliness or being poor or unlucky or anything. Love can keep people together no matter what happens. But not pity or sympathy or respect or anything like that. Love is the most wonderful thing in the world.
You're right, Mommy. You're right, Matthew. Love is the most wonderful thing. What did you say, Mommy? To make up for loneliness.
Mm-hmm.
Being poor and being unlucky. How do you know so much, Rosalie, darling?
I know, Mommy, darling.
You know? You're right, Mommy. Take the big plate. Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Come in. Come in. You'll be late, so I'll deliver the plate, Mommy.
I'm going. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Rosalie.
What I can say, you say, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
Promise?
Promise. Bye.
Bye.
Button your neck, Mommy. down, Orion. Have a little lunch, Orion?
No, thank you.
You know where Mr. Way went, Orion?
Yes. He went to report to the parole board. He has to report every month, for at least a year.
Yes, I know that. Cup of coffee, Orion?
No, thank you.
Orion, listen to me a little bit. Why are you...
No, I know what you're thinking, but Edward Way and I will make a very good life for ourselves. We'll be happy. I don't have to marry a man because I love him. I loved one man. That was my son's father. Dr. Cater isn't for me.
But Orion...
I'm sick and tired of all for love. People can be decent and happy and respect each other without all this talk about love. I know Edward Way. I know what he's been through. I know how much he respects me and admires me. That's enough for all of us.
But Orion...
Please, Mrs. Goldberg. I told Mr. Way I'd marry him. I gave him my word. It made him very happy.
But you, Orion, your happiness? Dr. Cater? Orion, please think. Good afternoon.
Where are you going, Orion?
Orion, I'll go upstairs to see David. Please. Excuse me.
Mrs. Goldberg is a wise woman. She has the good sense to leave when I want to be alone with her.
But I don't want to be alone with you.
I've seen brutal, coarse, and crude exhibitions before. But last night took a prize. I came over to apologize to you and Mr. Way for what I said.
Mr. Way is at the parole board.
Then let me apologize to you first. To him later.
It's quite all right, Dr. Cater. We felt you were emotionally unbalanced.
I was and I am. Orion, we've made a great many jokes between us. I've said some silly things now and then. It's just an unfortunate habit of mine. But you mustn't marry Edward Way.
But I am.
He's absolutely mad.
Are you going to be cruel?
I'm going to be honest. You know how deeply I am in love with you, Orion.
I don't want to hear anything about it.
You've got to, because I'll make you. I admit we've stumbled along playing hide and go seek with each other. But you mustn't marry Edward Way. I know how terribly sorry you are for him, and I can understand how pity can make a tender-hearted woman fall into a trap. And you've fallen.
I'm not as tender-hearted as you think.
Stop making conversation, Orion, and listen to me. I love you. I, Christopher Potato, love you, Orion Leland. I want to marry you.
Please.
Orion, I dogged you from the very first, even before Edward Way came. And you like me. Perhaps you even love me, only you're afraid of yourself. You don't trust a feeling you can't control, but you trust pity, because pity is an easy emotion.
What an incredible way to make love. Give me a lecture.
I'll give you my hand and my heart and my fortune, such as it is, mostly promises. I'll give you myself. In return, I want you. And devil of it is, I don't know how to make love to you.
There is no way.
There is. There's some way of convincing you that I mean what I say. And there's some way of convincing you that you love me. And I think I know.
Let go of me.
I won't and I can't. You're one of those cantankerous, argumentative women who need to be shown. Orion, I hereby declare that what goes on from this moment is done under the fullness of my heart. Why?
Oh.
My darling. My darling.
Oh.
What's that? The telephone.
I'll answer it. Hello.
Hello?
Yes?
I want to speak to the Mrs. Leland, please.
I am Mrs. Leland.
How do you do? I'm the parole officer handling Mr. Way's case.
Who is it, Orion?
I'd like to make an appointment to see you about your plans to marry him.
But why do I...
Mr. Way can't marry without the parole board's consent.
Darling, who is he?
May I come to see you tomorrow?
Yes. Yes.
What is it, Ori?
And Oriane, despite her heart, goes on with her plan to marry Mr. Way. Or so it seems.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Quite frequently in the past, when her principal engaged in a project, he expected the members of his faculty to follow suit. So it was no surprise to our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High, when 2 weeks ago Mr. Conklin took up an old hobby of his and then ordered his teachers to pursue a hobby of their own. At first, she was even quite happy when she was ordered to pursue a hobby.
In fact, right up until Mr. Conklin informed me that Mr. Boynton wasn't quite what he had in mind. But it was Mr. Conklin's hobby rather than mine that caused most of the difficulty this past week. His avocation was making lifelike figures out of wax, which he then presented to his teachers and insisted that we display them prominently in our homes. Actually, his wax figures of animals were exceptionally good, and the leopard he gave me last Wednesday was extremely lifelike. Thursday morning, when my landlady saw it for the first time, her reaction was immediate.
Honey!
Oh! Mrs. Davis! Mrs. Davis, come out of the closet, dear. You're not alive.
Not alive. You're sure it isn't Connie?
Of course I'm sure.
Well, all right, then.
This leopard is just another of Mr. Conklin's wax figures. Although I will admit they're quite realistic.
They certainly are.
I don't know what we can do about Mr. Conklin's hobby, but in a way it has had its good effects.
How, dear?
Well, it's forced many of the teachers to take up hobbies when they'd never had one until now. For instance, you've never seen me doing any knitting before. Look what I've accomplished in the last few weeks.
Yes, I was noticing those things on the sideboard before you came in this morning.
Did you see the things I knitted for Mr. Boynton?
Oh, I know he'll be delighted with that.
It's a bathing suit.
Of course, dear. I should have known it was a bathing suit as soon as I saw the turtleneck.
Well, anyway, I know Mr. Boynton will be pleased with it when I give it to him at dinner. Well, as soon as I get to school, I'll ask him if it... Oh, that's probably Walter to pick me up. Come on in, Walter. The door's open.
I'd better see what I've got left in the kitchen for him. And you know how that boy eats. I'll be back in a minute.
Hello, Walter. Why, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, good morning, Miss Brooks. Yay!
Mr. Boynton. Mr. Boynton, come out of the closet this minute. I don't look that bad anymore. Oh, it's the leopard. He's not alive, Mr. Boynton.
He's not? You're sure? Oh, I get it now. It's another of Mr. Conklin's wax figures. Gosh, they certainly are realistic. I'll bet you'll never guess what he gave me for my place, Miss Brooks. A wolf.
Well, are you learning anything? Why did you come by this morning, Mr. Boynton?
Well, Walter called me a little while ago and said something went wrong with his car, so I decided I'd pick you up instead.
Oh, I'm glad you did. And since you're here, I might as well give you the present I knitted for you. I was originally going to give it to you tonight at dinner. Here you are, Mr. Boynton. Shows what you can create when you take up a new hobby, doesn't it?
You knitted this for me?
Care to jump back into the closet?
Oh, no, it's beautiful. Beautiful. It'll make a wonderful cover for my rabbit cage.
It's a bathing suit.
A bathing suit? With a turtleneck?
Well, if you can't use it, just hand it to the nearest turtle.
I'll use it. And since you've given me your gift already, I might as well give you the things I made for you. I suppose you've been wondering what's in the shoebox I've been carrying.
No, I just figured it was your lunch.
It's the latest product of my wood carving hobby. Go ahead and open it.
Oh. Why, Mr. Boynton, they're lovely. They're two of the most beautifully carved ashtrays I've ever seen.
But they're shoes, Miss Brooks. Wooden shoes.
Wooden shoes? Oh, I guess what fooled me was you forgot the wooden laces.
Well, they just slip on. Women in Holland wear them all the time. Go ahead, see how they fit.
All right. First, I have to get my own shoes off. There. Oh, say, this wooden shoe slips on nice and easy.
Good. Is it the right size?
Oh, yes. Both feet fit into it perfectly.
Well, they may seem a little loose on your feet at first, but you'll find they're very comfortable around the house. Just try walking in them.
All righty. Well, let's go, Mr. Boynton. I've got to see Mr. Conklin the first thing this morning.
Well, you're not going to wear those shoes to school, are you, Miss Brooks?
You said the women in Holland wear them all the time, didn't you?
Oh, yes, but what's that got to do with you?
Well, at least today I'm dressed for the part when I get in Dutch with Mr. Conklin.
Daddy, I'm not just flattering you. This wax figure you've made of yourself is amazingly lifelike. Why, if I didn't know you were sitting behind that desk, I'd swear you were the wax figure standing beside it. You do believe me, don't you?
I ought to, since the wax figure standing beside it happens to be me.
What? Oh, this is wonderful. This figure behind the desk could fool anybody. Daddy, may I say you're a genius?
Over and over again. I am rather facile with wax, aren't I?
Oh, I should say you are.
Oh, yes. My only regret is that there isn't enough room for me to do my modeling at home. It isn't easy to flaunt school rules night after night working in the gymnasium. But I suppose for a true artist, rules are sometimes made to be broken.
Oh, I'm so glad you feel that way about rules, Daddy. Then could I skip homework and go out with Walter tonight?
And just when did you join the club, Miss Picasso? You most certainly cannot. Even if you had no homework, you know perfectly well Denton has a job assisting me evenings. Now, Harriet, I know you have a class, so if you don't mind, kindly get...
Goodness, what's that?
It sounds like the Martians have finally landed. Who is it?
It's Miss Brooks, sir.
Well, I wasn't far wrong. Just a moment, please. Now, if you'll excuse me, Harriet, I'm about to make a little experiment to find out just how lifelike that wax figure behind my desk really is.
When, Daddy?
When I am hidden behind that door and you are out of this office. Through my inner office, please. What?
Oh, all right.
Now to get behind my office door before Miss Brooks comes in. Here we are. Come in, Miss Brooks.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Conklin. Sir, I have a big favor to ask you, an enormous favor. Now, please don't say anything until you've heard me out. It's about tonight. I know I'm supposed to go over some reports with you at your house, but when I agreed to do it, I forgot that tonight Mr. Boynton and I were celebrating his 6th anniversary at Madison. So would it be all right if I went to your house tomorrow night? Would it? Would it? Mr. Conklin, I just asked you not to say anything until you'd heard me out. Not to never speak again. Sir, I've never seen you this quiet before. Is your head bothering you? It's coming off. If there's anything I can do to help, it's coming off.
Don't worry, we can always weld it back on.
Conklin, what are you doing in back of me when you're in front of me? Oh, I see it now. One of you is made of wax. Oh, you certainly gave me an awful start, sir.
Well, I'm sorry if I upset you, Miss Brooks, but the figure is rather lifelike, isn't it?
Well, truly, sir, it's practically impossible to tell the difference between you and the dummy. That is, there's a remarkable resemblance. Now, about the favor I was going to ask of you.
I've already heard you ask it, Miss Brooks, and since I intend working on my wax figures here at school tonight, you may have the evening off.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Conklin, thank you. Honestly, you've made me so happy, sir, I could kiss you.
If you must, try the wax, Mr. Conklin. But in return for this favor of mine, I have a small favor to ask of you. Will you supervise this office during your lunch hour, since I have to go downtown to purchase more wax for my figure?
Oh, yes, sir, gladly.
Good.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I'll be on my way to class.
One moment, please, Moll Flanders. Just where did you get those wooden shoes?
Mr. Boynton made them for me, sir. Wood carving is his hobby.
Would you come a little closer, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir.
My, it's lucky this building is earthquake-proof. Oh, the wood carving on these shoes is excellent, simply excellent. I've been searching for someone to assist me in my work, and Boynton might be just the man. Yes, I think he may do.
Mr. Boynton, your assistant?
Yes, he'll start working with me tonight on my historical figures.
Oh, but, sir, I told you we're celebrating an anniversary tonight. He's supposed to have dinner with me.
Miss Brooks, I've made up my mind. Tonight, Mr. Boynton starts with Marie Antoinette.
Marie Antoinette? Mr. Conklin, I think I may have an idea that will solve both our problems.
What's that, Miss Brooks?
You take Marie Antoinette, and we'll make it a double date. That day, while the real Mr. Conklin was downtown, I was sitting in front of our principal's desk, keeping an eye on his office, while the wax figure of Mr. Conklin sat in the chair opposite, keeping his eye on me. Suddenly, the door opened.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, hello, Walter.
Mr. Conklin, I have a big favor to ask you, but please don't say anything until you've heard what it is, okay?
Don't worry, he won't.
Well, sir, it's about tonight. I've been planning a big date with a certain member of your family for a week now, so could I please be excused tonight? After all, sir, I've stood guard outside the gym for 5 straight nights while you worked inside, so could I please have tonight off? Could I? Could I? Mr. Conklin, I just asked you not to speak until I finish, not to never speak again.
Mr. Conklin, do you mean to say you forced this poor boy to stand out in the cold for 5 nights? Why, I've never heard of anything so heartless, so cruel and inhuman. Now stop sitting there like a wax dummy and answer me.
You holy cow! Please, Mr. Conklin, please, sir, you must forgive her. Oh, she's just a poor, hungry, overworked teacher who's finally snapped her cap. She'll apologize, Mr. Conklin. I know she will. Only think of the many long, faithful years of service behind her and the pitifully few short years ahead of her. Oh, spare her, I beg of you. We kids need her, sir. She's like a mother to us.
You'd do even better with grandmother. Walter, you can relax. You're only talking to a wax dummy.
A wax dummy? That's not the real Mr. Conklin?
Of course not.
You're sure?
Certainly.
Now get this marble hat. I'm taking all I'm going to take from you. I won't throw that one under sea. From now on, Harriet goes out with me every night of the week. And if you give me any more lip as to what time I got to bring her home, I'll bounce one off your pointed marble head. Boy, I had no idea Christmas would come again so soon.
That is a little like Christmas again, isn't it? Oh, I'm afraid that rings in the new year. Walter, please don't fool with that wax figure. It's fragile. Hello, Wax Museum. Madison High School. Miss Brooks speaking.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Stone. Could I speak to Mr. Conklin, please?
He isn't here right now, sir.
Well, tell Mr. Conklin I passed by the school last night and I saw a light burning in the gymnasium. Now, Mr. Conklin knows how strict we are about using school facilities after hours. You just tell Mr. Conklin I'm coming over tonight to find out for myself who is using the gymnasium after school hours.
I'll give Mr. Conklin your message as soon as I see him, Mr. Stone.
Very well. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
You're going to give Mr. Conklin what message, Miss Brooks?
That Mr. Stone's coming over tonight to investigate the light in the gymnasium.
But, Miss Brooks, why do that? If Mr. Stone discovers Mr. Conklin here tonight, he'll make him quit his hobby, thus releasing Mr. Boynton and me for active duty on other battlefields.
I'm getting to feel more like no man's land every day. Walter, I told Mr. Stone I'd give Mr. Conklin the message when I saw him, and that's exactly what I intend to do.
You do?
Yes, but I didn't say which Mr. Conklin. Okay, Waxy, open up your ears.
It's almost 9 o'clock, Mr. Conklin. I have a date tonight. Perhaps we should come back to these figures tomorrow night.
No. I can't stop, Boynton. I must work. I guess I've got wax in my blood. Where did I get this heaven-sent talent? Did Julius Caesar ever look more dominating? And look at my Napoleon, Boynton. Did you ever see such a Napoleon? Whenever I look at it, I want to follow the man into battle.
Well, it's rather good, sir.
Thank you. What do you think of this wax figure of Miss Brooks? Now, tell the truth, Boynton. I respect honest criticism.
Well, personally, I don't think the arms are quite right, because...
Boynton, when I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. And what, pray, Mr. Boynton, do you find wrong with Miss Brooks' arms?
Well, sir, I speak as one who spent countless evenings in Miss Brooks' company.
Boynton, I am in no mood to hear your true confessions. Exactly how would you have treated the arm?
Well, a little fuller.
Fiddle-faddle.
Oh, Mr. Conklin, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. All I really meant was...
Quiet. I think I hear footsteps.
Mr. Conklin, there's a couple of people coming, and I think one of them's Mr. Stone.
Mr. Stone? Good heavens, we've been ambushed.
What are we going to do, sir? There's no way out. They're coming toward us through the only open door.
Boynton, stop making this sound like the 9th episode of The Perils of Pauline. Now, we must be calm. That's it, calm. Calm, but think. I've got it. You hide in the workshop.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but what about us, sir?
There's no alternative, Boynton. Freeze!
Freeze?
Yes. If we remain absolutely motionless beside these wax figures, Mr. Stone could never tell us apart. Now, put out the light, Boynton. Sit over there between Marie Antoinette and Josephine.
Between Marie Antoinette and Josephine.
Oh, Boynton, relax. If Marie Antoinette makes a move toward you, I personally will see that she's guillotined again.
As he approached the gymnasium from the outside, Mr. Stone was surprised at something he saw.
Miss Brooks, didn't the light just go out in the gymnasium?
Oh, I'm not sure, Mr. Stone.
I'm glad I bumped into you. We can investigate this mystery together. I'll switch on the light.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, where did they go?
Where did who go, Miss Brooks?
Whoever was here, I mean.
My, these must be the wax figures Mr. Conklin's been working on. They're amazingly lifelike, aren't they?
Well, the Napoleon and the Caesar are, but that new one of Mr. Conklin wouldn't fool anyone. No living man ever looked like that.
That would be like Osgood placing his figure between Napoleon and Caesar.
He does seem to give them an inferiority complex, doesn't he?
And that one sitting over there between Marie Antoinette and Josephine, I believe, is Mr. Boynton, huh? Very good.
Good. He's gorgeous. It is good, isn't it, sir?
But this figure of Conklin needs the most work. For one thing, the eyes are wrong. They're too close together.
That's true, sir, and they lack that certain weasel-like quality. Oh, yes, they're not right, sir.
And somehow there's something wrong with those jaws.
Oh, the jaws are all wrong. Mr. Conklin has the heavy, beefy jowls of a baby rhinoceros.
Miss Brooks, where does Mr. Conklin keep his art supplies?
Oh, in that little workshop over there. You see it, sir? Why do you ask?
Frankly, I think I can improve this Conklin figure myself. Just by adding a little paint here, a dash of hot wax there, and moving that left eye over about 2 inches. What was that, Miss Brooks?
What was what?
Well, I thought Oh, never mind. I'll be right back with the material.
Maybe I could move that eye over while...
No one is moving my left eye over 2 inches.
It's you.
Yes, Miss Brooks, it is indeed I. So my eyes lack that certain weasel-like quality.
Oh, no, sir. They're very weasel-like.
I have the heavy, beefy jowls of a baby rhinoceros, do I?
Oh, that was all in fun, sir.
No living man could look like I do.
Oh, it should have been no living woman could hold the job I'm losing.
Miss Brooks.
Mr.
Well, I'm alive, too, Miss Brooks.
Want to bet?
Miss Brooks, this is no time for meaningless talk. I want you to get Mr. Stone out of here as soon as possible.
But, sir, Mr. Stone insists on doing you over.
Get rid of him, Miss Brooks, or come tomorrow morning a certain teacher may find herself pounding a beat in some kindergarten.
Well, all right, sir. I'll try.
See that you do, because... Here he comes.
Hey, it's amazing, Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin's got wax figures all over the place. There's even one of Walter Denton in the workshop. Well, now to get to work on Osgood.
Mr. Stone, don't you think it's rather late?
Oh, nonsense, Miss Brooks. I haven't had so much fun in ages. Now, first, a touch of red paint on Mr. Conklin's cheeks. There. Notice how it brings out the eyes, Miss Brooks?
Yes, they do look like they're about to pop, don't they? Mr. Stone, I don't think we should...
Now we build up that chin with a little hot wax. So... And now the coup de grace.
Mr. Stone, what are you going to do with that saw?
Well, frankly, that left ear of Conklin's has disturbed me from the moment I first set eyes on it. It's not to go. That's it. Now, 1, 2... No! Wondering when you decide to give up, Conklin.
You knew it was me all the time, sir.
From the moment I took that first look at you and you crossed your eyes.
Now, if your left eye had been moved over 2 inches, that was a dead giveaway, wasn't it?
I knew Boynton was alive from the moment I mentioned that he was sitting between Marie Antoinette and Josephine, and he began to blush.
He'd blush if he was sitting between 2 female frogs.
I don't mind telling you I consider this infringement of school rules a disgrace.
But, sir, if you let me explain...
No explanation is acceptable when a principal violates school rules to the extent of using its facilities after hours without the express consent of the board. However, I shall overlook the affair this time.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
But hereafter, I shall expect you to pursue your hobby at home.
Or find a different hobby.
Yes, or find a different hobby.
Something without Mr. Boynton.
Yes, something without Miss Brooks. Will you permit me the luxury of expressing my own thoughts in my own native language?
I'm sorry, sir. Well, Mr. Boynton, if we hurry, we can still catch a movie.
Oh, just a moment, please. Conklin, who made that chair Boynton is sitting on?
That one?
Yes.
Why, Boynton made it himself, Mr. Stone. His hobby is woodcraft.
Oh, it's excellent. Beautiful work. You know, Boynton, I took up woodwork a few weeks ago myself, and I find it fascinating.
Oh, it is, sir.
I wonder if you can drop over sometime and give me a few pointers.
Well, anytime you say, Mr. Stone. I'd be very happy to.
How about tonight?
Oh, no, tonight's impossible, Mr. Stone. Mr. Boynton has already promised to help me out with my hobby. You see, I'm a knitter.
Well, how could Mr. Boynton help you out with that hobby?
Well, my cat's away, and someone's got to get all tangled up in the wool. Come on, Mr. Boynton.
And now, here's the star of our show, Eve Arden.
Mr. Conklin's wax dummies of Marie Antoinette and Josephine were really lifelike, but he just didn't do right by their complexion.
Harvest Milk, starring Eve Arden, Sam Squire, is produced and directed by Larry Burnett, written by Arthur Olsberg and Lou Derman, with the music of Lud Gluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Joseph Kearns.
Muffet sat on the tuffet, eyeing her watching with pride. And along came a spider and sat down beside her and said, T-I-D-D-Cow.
From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Pride, the Washington Nasty Miracle that gives you a better washing job than any soap on earth proudly presents the Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, and John Holbrook will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we present a story entitled Higher Education, and it stars MGM's clown, Red Skelton.
Well, how are you there, Mr. Fred? What book is that you're reading?
Well, this is Einstein's latest, The Mathematical Analysis of Relativity.
Oh, well, I see that we're both interested in figures. Hand me that new Esquire, will you?
Tell me, how high did you go in school?
Well, I climbed the flagpole once.
No. I mean, did you get as far as...
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Did you get as far as college?
Not quite.
Did you go to high school?
Well, I don't like to brag, but no. I'm more or less a fugitive from the brain gang.
You certainly are a self-made man.
Oh, really? Well, I'm not going to bother about taking out a patent, I'll tell you this. I'm a self-made man. That proves I had an idiot for a teacher. Hey, you know, as I look back, I'm sorry I didn't take advantage of my chance to go to school.
Well, of course, I'm only your houseboy.
Boy, wait. This guy is so old he used to referee the bouts for Cain and Abel. No kidding, he used to carry Cleopatra's books to school for us. So I left it alone.
Well, as I started to say, it's never too late to learn.
Oh, no, it's not. Oh. Answer that.
Hello, Red Skelton's residence.
Is Skelton there?
Yes, sir.
Well, tell him to turn on his television set. That crooked politician, San Fernando Red, is on.
Yes, sir, I will.
What's up?
And so I give you his honor, San Fernando Red.
Thank you. My friends, and you are my friends. Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. In fact, it's a pleasure to be anywhere. I'm a little nervous tonight. I'll be glad when that crime investigating committee gets out of town. Of course, I have nothing to hide. Nothing to hide. I am an open bookie. A book. No one has ever offered me a bribe. No one has ever greased my palm. Whoop, the glass of water just slipped out of my hand there. Now, as I talk to you tonight, I wish that you would make a lot of notes, because I am not going to repeat myself. That is very important. I do not repeat myself. Let me repeat that. I do not repeat myself. Radishes and me get along very well. Tonight I'm going to talk on a very important subject. Something that is dear to all of our hearts. School. I tell you, friends, our school is a mess. I remember when we used to take an apple to the teacher, but nowadays they won't accept them. The teacher's salary is so low, they don't want to get in the habit of eating. Have you paid a visit to your old schoolhouse lately? I tell you, friends, you should. And you are my friend. If the schools get any more run down, the termites are going to have to learn how to eat meat. I wish every parent who has children would go back to school. And it might be a good idea for parents who don't have any children to do the same. There's a brilliant statement. If you could only be made to realize that something should be done about this civic neglect in our beautiful city.
Well, glad you shut him off.
You know, that's the first honest thing that old windbag's ever said. Get old Connor on the phone, will you? You know, my kids will be going to that same rundown school before long. The same one I went to, and I only went there because my folks thought it was good enough for them, it was good enough for me. Well, sir, I tell you.
Hello?
Yep. Hey, Rod, this is Red. Come right over. Something important's just come up.
What's wrong, Skelton?
What's up, you?
The traffic was a little heavy.
Well, that's a cut if I ever saw one. Hey, did you hear San Fernando Red what he suggested?
You mean about parents going back to school to see the condition their children are being taught under?
Yeah. What do you say? Shall we?
Yeah.
Good.
Gee, I'd like to see that teacher I tried to kiss once.
Really?
Boy, she was pretty.
Yeah? You tried to kiss your teacher, huh? What'd she do?
Made me stand in the corner with the rest of the boys.
Hey, did you know that I was in love with my school teacher in the 5th grade?
No.
Of course, nothing ever had developed from it. There was a slight difference in our ages. She was 21 and I was 32. You know, I think everyone who ever went to school had a romance of some kind. I remember one guy who had 10 girls at one time.
What happened?
Well, I'll tell you, Rod.
Okay.
There were 10 pretty girls in a village school. Picture 10 pretty belles in a village school. Cute and sweet, short and tall, and a boy loved them all. But you can't marry 10 pretty girls. There were 10 pretty girls, and I'll tell you this, that the boy's greatest thrill was to steal a kiss. Stealing kisses may be fun, but your heart picks on one, 'cause you can't marry 10 pretty girls. Now 5 were blondes and 4 brunettes. One was a saucy little redhead. The girls grew up, and at 21, the little boy he married, the saucy little redhead. Now there's one pretty girl in the village school. Here's what she taught the boys in the village school. Kissing girls may be fun, but your heart takes on one, 'cause you can't marry 10 pretty girls. You can't marry 10 pretty girls.
These days, it's not so much how you wash your clothes as what you use. Yes, you can use the new no-rinse method, or you can rinse, just as long as you use Tide. That's right. Rinse or not, Tide does a better washing job than any soap on earth. Either way, Tide gives you clothes that are dazzling white and sparkling bright. With Tide, your clothes dry soft and fluffy. They smell sweet and clean. They iron smoothly and easily. Yes, and they're clean. Tide gets your whole family wash miracle clean. You see, Tide first gets the dirt out of clothes. Then Tide keeps that dirt suspended in the wash water. When you wring out the water, the dirt goes too. And unlike soap, Tide never leaves dulling soap film. Your clothes come out bright, fresh, dazzling clean. So try Tide. Tomorrow, get the new giant economy size package of Tide. It's more convenient, more economical, saves shopping trips. And remember, Tide was made for your method of washing clothes. For with Tide, you can wash whichever way your heart desires. Whether you wash with rinsing or without, Tide does a better washing job than any soap on earth.
Tide is dirt out, T-I-D-E, Tide. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Well, Skelton, here's our old school.
Yeah, you know, it don't look as big as it used to when we were kids. Boy, it's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Remember in examinations how you used to look over my shoulder at all the answers?
Yeah, and we both flunked.
Yeah. So, Connor, let's go in and enroll.
Okay.
Well, what have we here?
I was going to ask the same thing about you. We want to enroll in the school.
Oh, I thought you were playing trick or treat.
Yeah.
Here, fill out these registration papers.
Okay.
First, write your name.
Name.
Yeah. Stop copying from each other. Just write your name.
Okay, Red Skelton's my name.
You're really Red Skelton?
Yeah, what's wrong with me being Red Skelton?
Nothing, but we all have to go sooner or later. But you're being stubborn about it. What course would you like to take?
Well, I think a course in public speaking would be good for me.
Yeah, well, think of something that would be good for the public.
Have you finished filling out your papers?
Yeah, we're done.
Very well. Have your mother sign on the bottom
Now,
line.
wait a minute. I'm old enough to look after myself, Buster.
A mother's endorsement will always help.
It didn't help Jimmy.
My goodness, what spelling and for an adult. You must have had some previous education. Did you graduate from college?
Nope.
High school?
Nope.
Grade school?
Nope. Want to try kindergarten?
Kindergarten?
Yeah, but I was expelled for shaving in class.
Very well. Come back in an hour and I'll tell you if you've been accepted.
Okay.
Say, that guy walking across the playground looks familiar.
Well, here I am. Now all I gotta do is sit down and wait for the hogs to arrive.
Well, Clem Cadiddlehoppers, I live and breathe.
Well, I wish I could say the same thing.
You know, you're the last person I expected to meet at school.
Really?
How'd you get in? How'd you get in?
Through the door. That's a nice question. You sure we ain't reading each other's lines here? Hey, when I hear something like that, I begin to worry about my status as the champion moron, you know.
Well, I can't understand how I accepted you as a student when Red and I couldn't make it.
Oh, I'm not a student.
Well, that makes me feel better.
Yeah, I'm a professor.
How can you be a professor?
I'm a professor. I teach Upalabaca.
Upalabaca? What's Upalabaca?
I don't know, but I'm teaching it.
Now, you can't be a professor. You haven't learned to read or write. It happens since the last time I saw you anyway, have you?
Well, now, let's not be insulting. Do you see this pen I got from the moron of America? They gave me this. This is from the head man in Washington. No. Not the one you're thinking about. This, you mean there's more than one?
Yeah? Well, what's it say on it?
Well, if I could read it, they'd take it away from me.
Well, just what are you teaching here?
Well, I'm teaching, name a few subjects. You're going to come back to me.
Sociology?
No.
Anthropology?
Oh.
Archaeology?
No, none of them foreign languages. It's modern art. Modern art.
Modern art?
Well, here's one of my latest paintings, if you care to look at it. It's called, The Peeping Gopher. See, there he is.
Say, that isn't bad, Clem. It really looks like a gopher.
Yeah, well, it ought to. I use myself as the model. Here's one that might interest you. It's called, The Bathing Beauty. I used a live model, one of the Eddie Kaminsky models.
Mm-hmm. It's just a canvas painted green.
Well, she didn't like me, and she pulled the shade down. Too bad for him. He didn't get that.
So you teach modern art?
Yeah. This morning, they paint so realistic in my school that this morning the kids painted an apple, an orange, and a banana.
Where's the
There it is, over there. See there.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Kind of silly when you don't give you the right line.
Yes, it is.
I just want to get even with you for last night.
You say you painted an apple, an orange, and a banana? Where is it?
Where were you? Good night, folks. We're a little late. Yes, I painted an apple, an orange, and a... Look, you be Abbott, and I'll be Costello.
Well, where is it?
Where's what?
The apple, the orange, and the banana.
Well, we're back on that again. We got enough of them up here now to open up a fruit stand.
Where is it?
There's what?
Where's the apple, the orange, and the banana?
I got hungry and ate it.
Well, if you teach art, what are you doing dressed in overalls?
Well, you see, I'm also the groundskeepers, too, you see. I got to get back to mowing the lawn now. I'll see you later.
Well, where's your lawnmower?
I don't need one. I just walk along with my bare feet and trim the grass with my long toenails. Well, back to work.
Well, look what it says on the school bulletin board. All students are invited to the assembly hall to hear Dave Rose and his orchestra play Gypsy Airs, featuring the world's greatest trumpet player, Rafael Mendez.
You know, Tide's the product made to get clothes dazzling clean, whether you use the new no-rinse method of washing clothes or whether you prefer to rinse. Yes, whether you wash with rinsing or without, Tide does a better washing job than any soap on earth. Either way, Tide gets clothes sparkling white, dazzling bright. With Tide, clothes dry soft and fluffy, smell fresh and sweet, iron easily, because they're clean, miracle clean. Yes, Tide takes clothes and really gets the dirt out. Then Tide keeps that dirt suspended in the wash water. Wring out the water, the dirt goes too. What's more, unlike soap, Tide leaves no dulling soap film, so your clothes come out shining bright. Tomorrow, get the new giant economy-size package of Tide. It's more convenient, more economical, saves shopping trips. And remember, Tide was made for your method of washing clothes. For whether you wash with rinsing or without, Tide does a better washing job than any soap on earth.
Hey, there's our old coach, Weeping J. Newton Numbskull. I gotta say hello to him. Hey, Coach.
Yeah?
Remember me, Rod O'Connor?
Oh, not skinny, O'Connor.
Yeah.
You sure flabbed up, didn't you? How's it good to see you, though. I listen to you on the air every once in a while, you know. I always did vote you as a student, most likely, too.
You know, it's sure good to see the old school again.
Yeah, but it's not the same anymore. They used to teach reading and writing and arithmetic. Last year they taught Dianetics. This year they're teaching Libonetics. You know what that is.
Oh, sure. Libonetics is a science of discursive reasoning formulated to create a more profound sensitivity between collective individuals united to debilitate the cataclysmic phenomenon of life.
Blabbermouth. Well, I better get into the gymnasium, I guess.
Well, what are you so sad about, Coach?
Who's sad? That football team that's so sad. 20 years now, we haven't won one game. We ain't scored one lousy touchdown. I thought this was going to be our year. I thought we would get invited to the Rose Bowl. We didn't even get an invitation to the La Brea Dart Pit.
Well, maybe you don't have good enough players.
All the players are good enough, all right. They sure cost money. That fullback's always full. Well, why did I have to be a football coach anyway? Why did I give that carefree life as a panhandler? I don't know. My wife left me.
She has?
Yeah, maybe my luck's changing. You play football, boy?
No, ping pong's my game.
Oh, I wish it was mine. I got a headache. I need an aspirin. Oh, my bottle's empty. Oh, well. Maybe the bottle will settle my stomach. You know, our last game, I thought sure that team was going to pull an upset. We were playing Mrs. Gallahooty School for Girls.
You played a girls' school?
Yes, they were the dirtiest players. They kept slugging with their curls on.
Well, who won the game?
Well, they nosed us out. 106-0. I got a little heartburn. I guess I'll have to take out some fire insurance. Oh, I hate to think of what's going to happen to us when we meet USC.
The University of Southern California?
No, the United School for Crocheting. I don't know. We won't win, though. I don't even know why we're going to play. I said to Al Jennings, my quarterback, last week, I said, what's wrong with you, boy? I said, you've been staying out late at night? He said, no. And I said, well, have you been drinking? He says, no. And I said, well, have you been running around with girls? He says, no. And I said, have you been studying? He says, yes. I said, well, it's got to stop. I won't have my men breaking training, you know.
Well, buck up, Coach. I'll see you around.
Well, don't count on it. I'd shoot myself if I wasn't out of season.
Where did Skelton go? Oh, there he is by the registrar's office.
Hey, look who's coming. That mean little kid's mother.
Hiya, Lorraine.
Hello, Red. Rod. Say, you haven't seen Junior, have you? You heard that San Fernando Red on television, and I thought he was kidding when he said he was going to inspect the school.
Well, I haven't seen him.
Hey, look at that statue of General Grant on his horse. Isn't that Junior riding on General Grant's shoulders?
It certainly is.
Come on, Hoppy, let's ride. Charge!
Junior! Get down from there this second. Jump and I'll catch you.
Okay, here I come. Whee! Butterfingers.
Oh, Junior, did you hurt yourself?
Yes, I hurt myself.
That's a good boy.
Yeah.
Are you for or against me, boy? I'm as popular as a Democrat, no higher right now.
Now, stand still while I brush you off.
Here, take it easy. What you trying to do, brush me off or rub me out? Can I go back and play with that on that statue of Hopalong Cassidy some more?
Oh, that's not a statue of Hopalong Cassidy.
No?
That's General U.S. Grant, a great American.
Well, he's so great, how come he's not on television?
darling General Grant's been dead for a long, long time.
So has vaudeville, but it's on television. Hey, what's that over there?
Now, never mind. You come with me.
No, I want to go to school. I've never been to school, and I was all ready. See, look, I brought me books and everything.
Well, what are those books you have under your arm? Well, let me see.
Yeah.
How to mix drinks.
Yeah.
Yearly racing form.
Yeah.
Junior, how many times have I told you to stay out of your father's library? What else do you have?
I got me slingshot and a few homemade stink bombs.
And I suppose you have some tacks for the teacher's chair.
No, that's kid stuff. I got a bear trap.
Now, you see, you're too young to go to school. You don't even know what to do.
Sure I does. First you take the teacher a nice, great, big, juicy apple, and then...
Then what?
You let her have it right in the mud.
Come on, now, we're going home.
No, please, let me go to school.
No.
I hope this stork brings 100 widow kids just like me, all equipped with slingshots. No, I want to go to school. I want to go to school and get smart. Pop's catching up with me.
Junior.
You let me go to school, I'm going to bang my head on the sideboard.
Junior! Stop banging your head. You want the city to sue us for a new sidewalk?
Yes.
Now, look, Junior, I'll tell you what. I'll take you into the school library and let you look around.
I knew I would get to go.
Here's the library.
Is it this?
Yes, now you have to be quiet in here, Junior. People are trying to study.
They it? Oh, you shall.
You've got to whisper in here.
Okay. I think I'll go over here and give this fellow a hot dog.
All right, but be quiet about it. No, Junior!
Somebody in here's got a slow leak.
Junior, you go over there and get some of those Mother Goose books and look at the pictures.
Okay.
Don't make any noise.
Okay. Why, that's in me, Doyle.
Junior!
Well, don't yell. It's against the library rules.
You're the one that's making all the noise, Junior. Oh, what's that paper you've got in your hand?
Well, I wanted to show you this. There's a book up on the shelf that I was interested in. It was too heavy for me to lift, so I was taking it down one page at a time.
What is it?
It's a book on counterfeiting. I thought we'd take it home and give it to Grandpa.
Well, what makes you think your grandpa has any interest in counterfeiting?
Oh, you dreamer, you. He gave me $1 for my birthday, and it took 2 hours to wash the ink off my fingers.
Please be quiet and go sit down.
Okay. Now, look at these two men sitting here at the table. Look at them long beards. I wonder what would happen if I tied them together. Well, there's nothing like trying. Now, I wonder what would happen if I scared them. Earthquake! Look at that! One fellow went off with the other fellow's beer. Goodness me. Goodness. Let's see. Page 43, anybody? When I cut him, I cut him. If you want to know where we are, just look anywhere and read. Things like this happen, throw in a commercial.
Junior, really, you should be ashamed.
Why?
I've tried to give you everything. All my hopes and my dreams are shattered. My life is a shambles that can never be rebuilt.
Oh, goodness, now that you've found your place, let's not get sickening about it.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next Sunday.
This is Red Skelton saying good night now, and thanks for listening.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that whether you wash with rinsing or without, Tide does a better wash day job than any soap on earth.
Tide in, stirs out, T-I-D-E, Tide.
Join us again next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. This is a copyrighted feature.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes, and that pop-eyed little weather prophet who saw the groundhog this morning and calmly said,
Hey, Costello, where in the world have you been? I've been looking for you all day.
Oh, Abbott, I'm a very busy man. I spent the whole day in my backyard hanging prunes on my orange tree.
Hanging prunes on your orange tree? Who told you to do that?
My gardener. He said the orange tree needed pruning.
What a dope. Your gardener meant you should get a ladder and saw the limbs.
I don't need no ladder. I saw the limbs from my window.
Oh, what kind of limbs can you saw from your window?
The limbs of Ruby Poolcue. She lives next door.
No,
That's my girl, you know.
No, I understand. I'm talking about the limbs on your tree. Did you saw the limbs?
Certainly I saw the limbs. They was hanging right in front of me.
No, you Duffy.
Yeah, cockeyed something. I saw them.
Just a minute. Did you saw them off?
Oh, I just told you I saw them on.
No, Costello. You don't saw them on. You saw them off.
They was off. How could I see them?
Because you had to see them when you saw them.
I had to see them when I saw them. What kind of English is that?
Costello, when I say saw, I don't mean the kind of saw you saw when you see. I mean the kind of saw you saw when you saw.
Oh, you don't mean the kind of saw you saw when you see. You mean the kind of see you saw when you see saw.
Now you've got it.
Now I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, I'm trying to tell you how to prune a tree. Look, Costello, if you want your tree to grow good oranges, it's got to be trimmed before the sap rises.
Before the sap rises?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
What time do you get up?
Yeah. When you talk sense. Look, what kind of oranges grow on your trees?
Oh, the regular kind, round ones.
No. Are they Valencias or navel oranges?
Oh, these are navel oranges.
How do you know?
I saw a sailor picking some.
No. How can you be so stupid? You can tell the difference between oranges by the color of the juice. Did you ever squeeze one of your oranges?
Oh, yeah.
And what came out?
Milk.
Milk?
Yeah.
How could your oranges have milk in them?
I got the trees from the nursery.
Please.
What's wrong with that?
All right. Never mind.
What did I tell you?
All right, come on. Come on with me, Costello. We're going out in the backyard and look at your tree. Hey, wait a minute. Look out that window. There's a big crow sitting up in your tree.
Hey, Abbott, that crow's got a lot of nerve. Hand me my sawed-off shotgun.
All right, here it is. Hey, wait a minute. This gun hasn't got any handle on it.
How do you like that? I sawed off the wrong end.
Watch what you're doing. You're pointing that gun right at me. Do you want to shoot me?
Don't worry. I got my finger over the hole. Hey, stand back, Abbott.
All right.
I'm going to teach that crow not to eat my oranges. Watch me get him.
Hey, was that a crow?
That was the old buzzard that lives next door.
Come on, Costello. Let's see what happened. Costello, that was your neighbor, Mrs. Beanbag. That's the one you shot. And here she comes.
Oh, there you are, you little fat assassin. How dare you shoot at me when I was up in that tree putting oranges in my bucket?
That'll teach you to keep your bucket out of my tree. After all, I'm tired of people stealing my oranges.
Your oranges?
My oranges!
It so happens that your orange tree hangs over into my yard, and the law says that whatever hangs over my fence belongs to me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, look at here, Mrs. Beanbag. Did you ever see a fat man standing at a bar?
Yes. What about it?
Does the part that hangs over the bar belong to the bartender?
Now, Costello, apologize to Mrs. Beanbag for knocking her out of the tree. Come on.
She ought to apologize to me.
What did I do?
What did you do? You fell on my hedge and bent my verbenias.
Costello,
Not only that, you stamped on my...
Yes, listen.
What other kind of flowers I got there?
Never mind that. Will you stop fighting with the
Stamped
lady?
on my hollyhocks.
Never mind.
I couldn't say the word.
All right, well, just don't fight with the lady, please.
Yes, young man, you have very bad manners. In my day, men didn't fight with women.
In your day, the men were too busy fighting the Indians.
That did it. I've heard enough. I'm going to call my husband. Homer! Oh, there you are. Homer! I've just been insulted. Come here and speak to this ruffian.
Yeah, I'm going to speak to her. Speak to her. Yeah.
All right, Homer. We're only on a half hour. Come on.
I want to speak to the... Hello, ruffian. Look, Mr. Beanbag, Costello made a very serious mistake. He shot at your wife.
Oh, he made a worse mistake than that.
What could be worse than Costello shooting at your wife?
He missed her.
Oh.
Oh, no, Beanbag. You made a worse mistake than that. Hey, now, what's that? You married her. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Homer, Beanbag. Are you going to stand there while this man insults me?
No, I'm not going to stand. Bring me a chair.
I've had enough of both of you. Mr. Costello, I'm taking you into court. I'll teach you to fire your shotgun at a defenseless woman. All I was doing was picking a few oranges.
Picking a few oranges? Now, look here, Mrs. Beanbag. I've been watching you for weeks. I didn't mind when you reached up and took a few oranges for breakfast. I didn't even mind the times when you came out and filled your apron with my oranges. But today, when you climbed my tree with your bucket and hung from a branch by your nose so you could pick with both hands, you not only impute on my citrus grove, but you have filched my marmalade.
Thank you, Bud and Lou, for a lot of fun. And now I've got to do a quick switch over into the no-fun department. A few words about this current cigarette shortage. No, I'm not going into a lot of long explanation, but I do want to say this on behalf of the makers of Camels. They made more Camels in 1944 than ever before in their history, and production schedules for 1945 provide for even more. Still, the demand for them cannot be met. But when you do get Camels, they're still Camels. Rich, full flavor, wonderful, cool mildness. The Camel brand will not be sold down the river. Camels would not be Camels if they were made of green, insufficiently cured tobaccos. So every time you buy cigarettes, ask for Camels. The mildness and flavor of their costlier, properly aged tobaccos make them worth asking for again and again. C-A-M-E-L-S. War or peace, Camel is still Camel. Camel Cigarettes now presents Freddie Rich with a wonderful arrangement of Begin the Begin. The Court of Common Pleas is now in session. The case of Mrs. Bessie Beanbag versus Lou Costello. The prisoner is charged with perforating Mrs. Beanbag's bucket.
Look, Mrs. Beanbag, why can't we drop this case? I didn't mean to shoot at you. Honest, I didn't. I'm a nice little fella. why I even leave my chewing gum under theater seats for other people. Please, Mrs. Beanbag.
Well, Costello, I'm willing to drop the whole case if you'll pay me 50 cents to get a new bucket.
Gee, you're a swell woman. Here's your 50 cents.
No, you don't, Costello.
Abbott,
let me pay the 50 cents.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
I shaft her into this. Let me pay her.
I said no. Now, listen. If you give that woman that money, it shows you're guilty. We're going to fight this case. I've hired you a lawyer.
I am Grandi. As a lawyer, I am Grandi.
Hey, look. It's Kitzel.
Yes.
Hey, Abbott, now get this guy out of here. I'll get my Uncle Artie Stebbins to defend me. This Kitzel ain't no lawyer.
Now, just a second, Mr. Can't smell you.
Can't smell me.
Yeah.
Costello!
All right, well, I'll have you to know I happen to be one of the greatest legal minds in the world. In my first case, I defended Dreyfus.
Alfred Dreyfus of Devil's Island?
No, Reckless Dreyfus from Coney Island.
Oh, now don't give me that stuff, Kitzel. You don't look like a lawyer to me.
Oh, Pish-Pash, you don't look like a lawyer to me. And why don't I look like a lawyer to you?
You've got your hands in your own pockets.
I got my hands in my own pockets. What do you know? I'm broke.
Look, Abbott, please let me pay Mrs. Beanbag the 50 cents, and then I can get out of here.
Who over my debt habeas corpus, Mr. Castillo? You know, we can't lose this case. Just remember that old saying, a bird in the hand is worth.
Go ahead.
There's more.
Everybody rise. Presenting His Honor, Judge Sam Quentin Leavenworth.
All right, bailiff. Bring in the first. Bring in the next. Bring in the whole case.
Your Honor, I am representing the defendant, Mr. Castoria.
Now it's Castoria.
Yes. Now, it seems that my client took a shot at a poor defenseless woman while she was picking oranges out of a tree. He knocked her to the ground, ruined her bucket, and did her great bodily injury. The defense rests.
Kitzel, wait a minute. Whose side are you on? Quiet, Costello. Kitzel knows what he's doing.
You say that you know the judge and I are old friends. I call him Morris.
Well, Morris will give me the chair. Now, Abbott, will you please give Mrs. Beanbag the 50 cents?
Mr. Kitzel, you may proceed with your questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Castellanets.
Now, I'm a musician.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your Honor, we plead insanity.
Kitzel, what's the idea? Costello. He's taking advantage of the law. He's making use of the insanity clause. But I don't believe in insanity clause.
That's the way it's written.
The court finds the defendant, Lou Costello, guilty as charged. He will pay Mrs. Beanbag 50 cents or serve 30 days in jail.
Abbott, please let me give this woman her 50 cents.
Oh, no, you don't. No, sir, you know, because we're going to appeal this case to a higher court. Don't forget the words of that great poet, stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage.
Yes, and don't forget the words of that other great poet, Tom Zizimus. He says 30 days has September, April, June, and Lou Costello.
Supreme Court is now in session. First case, Mrs. Beanbag versus Costello. Prisoner will step to the bar.
Costello, are the chains heavy? Abbott, would you mind holding up this 500-pound ball? Why don't you please let me pay Mrs. Beanbag the 50 cents?
Your Honor, I would like to ask my client just one question.
Request granted.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Cantaloupe, tell the jury, where were you on the afternoon of February 1st?
I was home.
Oh, you poor boy. You should have been with me. I had a wonderful time. You know I had 2 bottles of Sepning.
Sepning?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Nothing much. What's happening with you? The defense rests.
Alcatraz, here I come.
The court has considered the new evidence in this case. Prisoner Costello, when you fired your shotgun at Mrs. Beanbag, some of the buckshot lodged in the oranges. The woman's husband, Homer Beanbag, ate one of the oranges and died of lead poisoning. Therefore, Lou Costello, you are found guilty of murder in the first degree, and it is the sentence of this court that you shall spend the term of 99 years at hard labor. Costello, do you have any last request to make before I send you away?
Yes, sir. Don't fence me in.
Responding to hundreds of requests from her Camel fans, Connie Haynes repeats her treatment of the trolley song.
With my high starch collar and my high top shoes and my hair high up on my head, I went to lose a jolly hour upon the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took the seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the line.
Package of camels, please.
Certainly, sir. Or would you like a carton? Or a couple of cartons? Wake up, chum. 8 o'clock.
Oh, what a lovely dream. Those good old days. But now, well, let's face it, Camel is a hard brand to get, in spite of the fact that the makers of Camels have been turning out more cigarettes than ever before in their history. But when you do get Camels, they're still Camels. This brand will not be sold down the river. You can count on that. Only the choicer tobaccos properly aged go into Camels. So every time you buy cigarettes, ask for Camels. The mildness and rich, full flavor of their costlier tobaccos make them worth asking for again and again. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. War or peace, Camel is still Camel.
Abbott.
Why?
Will you please get me off this rock pile?
Costello, why are you always complaining? You should be thankful that I got myself a job as guard so I could be with you.
Mrs. Beanbag to see prisoner Costello.
Oh, Mr. Costello, there's been a terrible mistake. My husband Homer didn't die of lead poisoning after all. The doctors removed all the buckshot.
Thank heavens. Homer got the lead out.
Yes, I'm so happy. Tomorrow morning you can walk out of here a free man.
Hey, guard, put the prisoner in his cell until morning.
All right. Costello, in you go.
Abbott. Abbott.
What's the matter now?
I don't want to spend the night in this cell. The place is full of rats.
Don't be afraid. I'm here.
I know it, but it's the little rats I'm afraid of. Abbott!
Now,
Come back here now. There's another guy in my cell. Look at the looks of the guy.
That's your cellmate. What's the matter? He'll be glad to have you for company. See you later, Costello. So long.
Looks like he's got company already. What a raggedy individual. What are you in here for, partner?
Huh? Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't realize you were talking to me. Thank you for calling me partner. Those are the first kind words I've heard in years. You have a very kind face, little man. Sort of an open one. You see, I haven't always been a raggedy, scurvy-looking outcast like you. If you have some measure of intelligence, my story might interest you. Did you go to school?
Yes, sir. I went to school last year.
Did you pass your examination?
No, sir. But I was first on the list of those that failed.
Very well, I'll tell you my story.
I don't care to hear it.
Well, and I will positively tell it to you. When I was a boy, my father gave me the benefit of a very good education. 8 years at the preparatory school and college. I worked hard and diligently. I soon became a success and settled down in a small and thriving community. And then I met her. We were married. The good gods of fortune smiled down upon us and blessed us with a baby boy. A boy, mind you. And I haven't seen my boy since this very day.
You haven't seen your little boy from that day until this?
No, sir.
Wait a minute. Did he have curly black hair?
Yes.
And did he have little blue eyes?
Yes.
And did he have 2 little teeth in his mouth?
Yes.
Papa!
I worked harder than ever for my little family. And then one day, the other man came into my life. He was a poor man, broken in health and spirit. I welcomed him into my home gladly. I said, make my home your home. And he did.
Oh, you poor man.
One day I returned from work to find that home was no longer home. Do you know what it was?
Third base?
No.
Shortstop?
No.
Second base?
No. My home was an empty shell. My wife, the baby, and the stranger had fled. Then I started a search that lasted for years. I followed them around the world. Honolulu, China, Singapore, India. Then one day on the banks of the river Pocomoco, I found him. When I saw him standing there, all the hatred, all the pent-up emotion of years' suffering dwelled up within me. So with murder in my heart, Step by step, I have crept upon him. And when I felt his vile breath upon my cheek, I struck.
Abbott! 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 Get me out of here, Abbott! Abbott! Abbott!
Hey, come here. Come on. Costello, what are you doing down there on the floor?
Get me out of here!
Get off that floor. Get up. Maybe the man wants to talk to you. Now, don't call me unless you want.
Oh, Gadzooks, what have I done?
What haven't you done?
What's happening to me?
What's happening to me?
Oh, yes, I remember you now. You're the little man with the kind face. I didn't mean to hurt you, but every time I hear the word Pocomoco, I want to kill.
That's all right, pal. I know how you feel. I would have done the same thing if I'd seen that nasty man in Poco. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. You didn't hear me say it.
What did you say?
Pocomoco.
Pocomoco!
I said it!
I couldn't help myself when I heard the word. I wanted to see his bottle in between my fingers. So slowly I tried. Step by step, I crept upon him. And when I saw the spike upon his countenance, I struck.
Abbott!
on that floor. I put you in here to keep the man company.
Get me out.
Get up.
Abbott, get me out.
Come on, get up. Here comes the warden.
Mr. Costello, I have here your release. You've been completely exonerated, and you may leave the jail at once.
Well, Costello, shake hands with your old cellmate and let's get going.
Not me. I don't think I'd better go near that guy, Abbott. He eats too many Wheaties.
Oh, nonsense. He looks like a nice old man.
He might have been a nice old man once, but something must have happened to him at Poco. I didn't say it! This guy's trying to get me to say that word, Abbott, and I don't want to say it.
What word?
The word.
What word is that?
Sounds like Pocahontas. Pocahontas! Pocahontas!
What word are you worrying about? What is it?
It sounds like Pocahontas.
Well, what is it?
Pocamoco.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Lieutenant Betty Barry of Forest Hills, Long Island. Just awarded the Air Medal for meritorious achievement in the China-India-Burma Theater. She is one of the first women in this area to be given this coveted decoration. In your honor, Lieutenant Barry, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors the Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, you had a pretty rough time tonight. How about coming out to my house for some refreshments?
Gee, Abbott. Yeah, where do you live?
2964 Pocomoco Street.
Pocomoco!
Get me out of here!
Good night, folks. Good night.
Everybody. Good night to Ames.
Good night, everybody.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
This is Nightline, the line that's open at the right place at the right moment, and this is Don Amici pinch hitting for Walter O'Keefe. Here's our first Nightline call tonight. Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life. And George, you tell us, what's tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is picture. Picture.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho meets our first contestants in just 1 minute.
Hi there, this is Steve Allen, and I want to talk to you for a minute about retirement.
Do you look forward to it? Well, that's great if you've had a busy life and the retirement is your own choice. But how would you like to be forced into retirement years before you began really living? Retired at 10 or 20, at 30. Retired by paralytic polio. That would be grim. Well, it is grim and tragic for thousands of victims of infantile paralysis. The victims of the years when polio's shadow fell yearly on the country, and today's Salk vaccine was only a scientist's dream. But there is hope if you help through the 1958 March of Dimes and make rehabilitation possible wherever rehabilitation is possible. Help bring back from a retirement they never wanted hundreds and hundreds of polio victims. Please join the 1958 March of Dimes today. Here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. George, who's first?
Groucho, Louise Squire and Ted Anderson are waiting to talk to you, so folks, you please come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Wives. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Louise Squire and Ted Anderson. Where are you from, Louise?
Memphis.
Memphis?
Memphis,
Can you sing the Memphis Blues?
No.
Well, in the interest of good reporting, I'd like to ask your age. You can answer any way you like.
Well, my driver's license says 37.
37?
Yes.
Could I see your driver's license?
Well, yes. Well, maybe.
That's the real woman. He wants him to hold the bag already, and they've just met. Well, you must get pinched a lot. You have this pretty handy here, don't you? Oh, that's right, all right. It says age 37. And this license is official. It's signed by Calvin Coolidge.
That's the wrong one.
Oh. Where are you from, Mr. Anderson?
I'm an associate professor at UCLA.
UCLA. Is that one of those diploma mills that are under investigation? Dad, you say you're a college professor now. What do you teach?
Business forecasting, corporation finance, and a course for small businessmen.
Well, how tall are these businessmen? What is business forecasting?
Well,
is that any more accurate than the weather forecaster?
Yes, it's more accurate than the weather. We try to predict whether business is going to go up in the future or go down, and by how much.
Oh, I see. Well, with the dollar going down probably for the third time, what do you recommend that people do with their money, assuming that they still have any?
For myself, I'd buy probably common stocks and real estate.
Mm-hmm.
This is a personal matter, but...
It certainly is with me. Me personally, I have no complaint about common stocks. I made a killing in the market a few years back. That's true. I shot my broker. I didn't get him any too soon, either, because he was just about to commit suicide. Now, where would you buy real estate? Certainly not in L.A. Prices here already are completely out of hand.
Well, I followed 386 cities, and I like this area very much, and I'm very optimistic about land values between here and San Diego.
Mm-hmm. Do you own much property?
Oh, yes, 4,000 acres.
Where is this property?
Australia.
I thought you said between here and San Diego. You must have really got lost on the freeway. Well, you're an unusual couple, and I'd like to continue this, but frankly, I'm too scared, so let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, from our list of 265 categories, you selected sports. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Now, remember, we want one answer between you, so don't answer before you talk to your partner. Now, Ed Brown, Eddie LeBaron, and George Shaw all play the same position. What is it?
Quarterback.
Quarterback is right.
You now have one right.
Who was the first woman to swim the English Channel both ways?
Miss Chadwick. Florence
Chadwick is right.
You have 2 right, 2 more right, and you'll have $1,000.
Now, what woman was named 6 times as Woman Athlete of the Year?
I believe it was Babe Dietrichson.
Yes, it was. The late Babe Dietrichson.
You're almost there.
Probably the greatest athlete of our time. Now, what team was baseball's first all-professional team? It is still one of the major league teams.
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati Reds. Hey, buddy, is that what you do up in that college there? Sit there and read the sports book, huh?
You got 4 in a row right, you have $1,000.
Why do you want to tell me?
Yeah.
You're too smart for us. As a rule, they don't win it that swiftly, huh? Well, you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So go over there and sit down and think about it. And if we don't see you later, thanks for being on the show.
And thank you.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
When the ice is smooth and the sky is blue and the skaters' waltz is played for two.
You make it Pabst, 'cause Pabst makes it perfect.
Yes, Pabst makes it perfect. Just as we always have ever since 1844. So next time, you make it Pabst, because Pabst makes it perfect. America's Blue Ribbon beer from the Pabst Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yes, Pabst makes it perfect.
Groucho, I have Elfie Jarrah and Bob Brown waiting to talk to you, so folks, come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Elfie, Jarrah, and Bob Brown. Elfie, are you named after Elf Landon or after a little elf?
You mean the little things in the forest dancing? No.
Yeah, jawohl, yeah. And where are you from, Elf?
I am from Berlin.
Berlin.
Yes.
Kommen Sie from the western part from Deutschland?
I come from West Berlin.
The western Berlin,
Yeah.
huh? How long ago did you leave Berlin?
2 years ago.
Uh-huh. How old were you when you came to this country?
You like to try out how old I am.
Yes. You certainly have a suspicious mind, Elfie. Do you honestly think I go around prying into people's business and try to find out how old they are?
Oh, yes, you do.
Not in a million years. How old are you, Elf?
That's my sweet secret.
Well, you're charming, attractive, and youthful enough to be exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And old enough to be sneaky about your age. Now, your name is Bob Brown, huh?
Yes, Groucho.
That's an odd name. How did you ever in the world get a name like Bob Brown? Huh?
I had relatives.
Now, who do you work for, Bob?
Well, I'm a Superior Court bailiff.
Oh, well, that's a very good job, especially if you like to sleep in the daytime. Well, what exactly are the duties of a bailiff?
Well,
you know what a bailiff is?
No, I don't know what
I wish
a
you'd
bailiff.
explain it to me because I don't know either.
No.
What do you think it is?
Bailiff? What can I say? I don't know.
Well, couldn't you ad-lib something in German? Huh?
I never
Don't
heard
they
it
have
before.
bailiffs in Deutschland?
Maybe, but maybe it's not a word.
a bailiff is the officer of the court, and he takes care of the various duties in the courtroom. When the judge takes the bench,
The judge takes the bench?
Yes.
You mean the judge is a crook, too?
Well, he doesn't take it very far.
Maybe he means Staatsanwalt. Staatsanwalt.
It's probably, is it a Staatsanwalt?
I wouldn't know.
You don't know?
No.
Bailiff?
Well, what else do you do besides being a Staatsanwalt? Ist das nicht ein Staatsanwalt? Ja, das ist ein Staatsanwalt.
Ja, das ist ein Staatsanwalt.
Staatsanwalt, eine krumme Karte, hinten her eine große Schere. I do schönes, I do. That was nothing really. I was just making fun, that's all. Now, tomorrow morning when you're in that courtroom, and the judge asks you what you are, you tell him you're a Staatsanwalt, huh?
I'll try to remember that.
Yes, and throw you right in the can. Huh? You say your name is Elfie Staatsanwalt?
Nein. Elfie Jarrah.
Oh, Gerard, huh?
Yeah.
Did you have a job in Germany, Elfie?
Yes, as an actress.
Oh, you were an actress?
Yes.
Well, I thought so. You're a very pretty woman.
Thank you.
Well, how were you discovered on a stool in a drugstore eating sauerkraut?
No.
How does a girl get to be an actress in Germany?
Oh, we must learn about 2 years, and after we must pass an examination.
An examination?
Yes.
What kind of an... Well, what kind of an examination? Do you have to be able to read and write?
No, we must play about
Play about?
short auditorium.
No.
And you must be very good, otherwise you are finished. And you never be an actress.
Well, then you're a finished actress, aren't you?
Very finished.
Were you on the stage in Germany, or did you make
Yes.
TV commercials for lager beer?
Nice. It wasn't television.
No.
I play on the stage about 150 parts and on the movies
150
about
pounds?
20.
You don't look that heavy, huh?
Parts, not
Parts?
pounds.
You had 150 parts?
Parts on
oh,
the
parts.
stage.
Oh,
yes.
parts. I thought you said
And
parts.
about 20 films.
Oh, movies.
Yeah.
Well, what were some of the movies you made, Alfie?
Der Kongress tanzt, der Storchstreik, die lustigen Weiber von Wien, Sanatorium. And then I play on the stage Alt Heidelberg, Cyprien, Lilo Fee, and als ich noch im Flügel kleide.
Oh, als er noch Flugenkleider. I remember that one very well. I saw that picture in English.
Yes?
It was called Marn Park Kettle in the Incredible Shrinking Frankfurter. Have you done any acting in Hollywood, Elfie?
Till now, not. I like to do it.
You mean you want to get in the movies?
Yes, I like to do it.
Well, that's unusual. Most girls that come out here want to be car hops. Well, how long did you say you've been in America, Elfie?
2 years.
2 years. Huh?
Yeah.
What are your impressions of the United States?
Oh, it's wonderful.
You like it here?
Yes, amazing was New York for me. And
Amazing was New York for you?
Ah.
Well,
And especially I love the supermarket here because you can take anything what you like.
you take anything you want in the supermarket?
Yeah.
That's true, but if they catch you, you wind up eating in San Quentin.
I don't think so.
No.
No.
Usually I ask a girl from another country what she thinks of American men, just to be different.
Yeah.
Do German women compare favorably with American women?
Oh, they are very different. Yes.
They're very different?
Yeah. You say from the German wives they like Küche, Kinder, Kirche.
That means kitchen,
Church,
and children.
yes.
That's the 3 Ks.
Yeah, 3 Ks.
Well, it's not so different here. The American woman's life is composed of the 3 Bs.
Yeah.
Bingo, bills, and beauty parlors. Well, you're a lovely couple, and I enjoyed talking to you. And Elfie, I hope you get a lot of jobs on television.
Thank you very much.
And in the movies. And you should be a very attractive girl.
I hope so.
And I'm going to give you a chance just to show my appreciation to win a lot of money here tonight. I presume you took baseball since you just arrived here from Germany.
Oh, no.
Oh, you selected movies, old and new, huh?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. Will you tell Fenneman in German what you think of him, Elfie?
What I think about him?
In
He's
German.
a good-looking man, a
In
handsome
German.
man. But in German?
Ja.
Oh, Sie sehen sehr gut aus, aber Sie sind ein bisschen klein. Ich denke, Sie müssten noch etwas wachsen.
You know what she said?
No, but it sounds wonderful.
Well, if you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000.
Oh, schön wär's ja.
Yeah, and you want one answer between us, you
Yeah.
two, huh?
Yeah.
All right, who directed Lifeboat, 39 Steps, The Trouble with Harry, and Dial M for Murder, among many others? Talk it over.
Hitchcock.
That's right.
Hitchcock.
That's right.
Hitchcock.
Das ist korrekt.
Sure.
You haben die Versland right.
Yeah.
Now, what is the name of the... What'd you say?
Just talking to myself here.
Well, confine yourself to that. All right, who played the feminine lead opposite Gordon McRae in Oklahoma and Carousel?
Who played?
The female lead.
Liz Taylor.
Liz Taylor?
Gordon McRae in Oklahoma and Carousel.
Oh, in Carousel.
Who played opposite her? Him. Those. Shirley Jones. Now, Shirley, you should have known that.
Shirley Jones? No, I don't know.
Who was the feminine star of The Rainmaker?
Oh, Rainmaker, das ist Hecht Lancaster.
The feminine star.
Ah, feminine. The feminine.
The Dame.
Yeah, die Dame. I understand.
Lancaster?
Yeah, no.
No, die Dame.
Oh, die Dame.
Not the dame, the Dame. Kennen Sie nicht die Dame?
I know. Katharine Hepburn.
Yeah, Katharine Hepburn, but the bell is already, well, we're going to give it to you because you are so nice.
Thank you.
You now have one right.
We're just as crooked as you are. Now, what British actor, why did you take this category? What British actor starred in Kind Hearts and Coronets, The Lavender Hill Mob, and The Man in the White Suit? A British actor.
And the white suit.
Man in the White Suit, The Lavender Hill Mob, and Kind Hearts and Coronets. Which, incidentally, is one of the greatest pictures I've ever seen.
Who is it?
Well, it was Alec Guinness.
Well, back to
Back to what?
one wrong.
One wrong.
I
Right.
know.
Now, don't get discouraged. I'm sure you're going to lose. Now,
Nothing to do with it.
here are the stars. You tell me the picture. Bing Crosby, Frank Sinatra, and Grace Kelly. What's the name of the picture?
High Society.
High Society is right.
One right.
Anthony Quinn starred in the award-winning Best Foreign Picture in 1956. What was the picture? Foreign picture. Anthony Quinn.
Anthony Quinn.
Starred in the award-winning Best Foreign Picture of 1956. What was the name of the picture?
Anthony Quinn. I saw this thing. I don't know it. No.
It was La Strada.
Sorry.
Famous picture, great picture, yeah.
Well, you now have one wrong again.
Oh. Never I know this before.
I got a lot of paper left here.
What song from Man Who Knew Too Much won an Academy Award?
Der Mann, der wusste zu viel. Das ist Hitchcock. But I don't know who.
This was a song from a picture called The Man Who Knew Too Much. It won an Academy Award, the song.
The song? The song that Doris Day makes a song about the child.
It's Que Sera Sera.
I don't know the title of the song, but I know she makes it, Doris Day.
You'd have to know the title, otherwise we couldn't do it. Isn't she cute, huh?
I can't know the title.
Elsie, I'm sorry you didn't know the title of that, but I'm going to give you one question so you can have a chance to win $100, $50 apiece, huh? And I don't want any help because this is tough. What kind of an animal always carries a rabbit's foot? Well, no, a rabbit is right. I'm sorry you didn't win more, but thanks anyway for being with us. You were a very fine and nice couple, huh?
We'll find out if our first couple will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
Leroy, what are you doing, my boy?
A little scientific research for my English class.
Oh, I was always very good at English.
What's pronouncing stuff?
Oh, I was a whiz at pronouncing. Here, go ahead, try me.
Okay, Aunt. How do you pronounce House?
H-O-U... Oh, house.
Absolutely correct.
Uh-huh.
Now, how do you pronounce Horse?
H-O-R? Oh, that's easy. That's horse.
Fine. Now, how do you pronounce Hours?
H-O-U-R-S? Oh, Howers?
You pronounce it hours.
Oh, of course. Here, I got one for you. How do you pronounce NBC?
Oh, I know that one. You pronounce NBC entertainment.
You're right. No trick about that one. You can depend on NBC to bring you the best in radio entertainment of all kinds, from bandstand in the morning
to dramas in the afternoon.
And news on the hour throughout the day. And don't forget, Tuesday night is a dandy night to tune in Nightline.
That's what we're on, folks. The Great Gildersleeve. My uncle.
You bet. Every Tuesday night. Be sure to tune in on NBC Radio.
All right, George, we're ready to see who wants to get a crack at all the money. Will you bring out the first couple?
All right, Louise Squire and Ted Anderson. Would you come back, please?
Now, you've won $1,000 so far. If you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. What are you going to do?
You say.
We'll go for it.
You're going to go for the big money. Now, get together and pick a number from 1 to 10 and then spin this wheel. If any number besides the one you pick comes up, the question is worth $2,000. If your number comes up, the question is worth 10. Now, what number do you want?
You say.
5? Give it a turn. Your number was 5 and it landed on 7, so this question is worth $2,000. Leonard Hall was chairman of the Republican National Committee in the 1956 election. For $2,000, who was the very active Democratic National Committee chairman in that election? Talk it over. that you two have decided upon?
Mitchell.
No, I'm sorry. You should know this. It's Paul Butler. Well, you missed it, but you wind up with $500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
And thank you.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
For the housewife, the wage earner, investors big and small. Commentary of vital interest on pocketbook news. Tonight on most of these NBC stations.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up to the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. Victor Cook and Mr. Rush Cook. Vic is established at the library table, occupied with a batch of work he's brought from the office. Young Rush has just this moment in this wise.
Mom not around, huh?
Didn't she say something at the dinner table this noon about going shopping with Ruthie?
I guess so. You busy?
I'm not so busy I can't knock off and make you look like 30 cents playing Remy.
Will you knock off and discuss something with me?
If there's something is of vital importance, I might.
I don't imagine you'd consider it of vital importance.
Shoot.
Well, to sit right down on brass tacks, I know a way to make myself considerable money.
Indeed.
$3.80 to be exact.
A tidy sum?
Yes, by George. A very tidy sum. $3.80 would pay off all my debts and leave me a comfortable reserve fund.
How do you propose to acquire this fortune?
That's what I want to talk to you about. I'll have to have your cooperation, see.
I'm all ears. However, before you confide in me, let me hasten to assure you I will be a party to no dishonest enterprises.
Oh, go on. When have I ever tried to involve you in any dishonest enterprises?
You frequently sought to enlist my help in shady dealings. Remember when you suggested we go in the cattle stealing business?
Come on, Gov. All joshing off to one side.
Okay.
I really got a way of having $3.80 fall in my lap. If you'll give me your help, I'll be rich as a horse.
Let's hear the details.
Well, I don't know whether I ever told you or not, but Milton Welch collects dirt.
I can readily believe it. I saw Milton yesterday afternoon, and he was about as dirty a specimen as a fellow's apt to run across in a day's journey.
He'd been playing ball in Tapman's vacant lot, I expect.
Very likely.
When I say he collects dirt, I mean he collects it from different states in the Union. He hopes eventually to have a fruit jar full of dirt from Maine, Massachusetts, Vermont, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania.
I get the general idea. You don't have to name them all off.
Uh-huh. Well, he hasn't added anything to his collection lately. In fact, he hasn't added anything to his collection in the last 6 months. He's getting impatient to complete it.
I see. How big is his collection to date?
He's got fruit jars full of dirt from 10 states. Illinois, Iowa, Indiana, Minnesota, Ohio. Oh, I can't remember them all, but anyway, there's 10. New Mexico is one. He's got a fruit jar full of soil from New Mexico. His uncle sent it to him. The rest of the states are around here.
Uh-huh.
Be a pretty valuable collection, hey, when it's completed.
I should imagine so, yes.
An unusual collection, too.
You haven't told me yet how you expect to profit on this dirt collecting enterprise.
I was leading up to that. Gov, I had a confidential chat with Milton this noon.
Mm-hmm.
Milton is willing to fork over 10 cents for every fruit jar full of dirt from states in the Union not yet represented in his collection.
Really?
Begin to grasp the point?
There's
48 states in the Union. Milton's got dirt from 10 of them. Leaves a remainder of 38. If I can scare up fruit jars full of dirt from 38 states, I stand to make a net profit of $3.80. $3.80 would get me out of the woods. $3.80 would take care of all my financial obligations and leave me considerable pocket money besides.
Well, where do I fit into this picture?
Well, you know people all over the United States.
Do I?
Sure.
Then I'm flattered.
Maybe you're not personally acquainted with a guy in every one of the 48 states, but at least you got contacts.
Make yourself clearer.
The Consolidated Kitchenware Company in the Lodge.
Oh.
I've heard you say lots of times there's a chapter of the Sacred Stars of the Milky Way in every state in the Union.
Well, that's true.
Well, you're the Exalted Big Dipper of your chapter. Would it be simpler than for you to write to all other Big Dippers and ask them to send you a fruit jar full of dirt? Why, right offhand, I can name a bunch of guys myself that'd be glad to oblige.
Go ahead.
YY Flirch in Nebraska, T.M. Woodle in Missouri, Sam Ouchley in New York. Why, just yesterday you mentioned some friend of yours in Kentucky.
Oliver J. Speen.
Sure. And same thing with your pals in the Consolidated Kitchenware Company. They're scattered all over the country, too, ain't they?
Yeah, I guess they are.
Well, what you think?
Oh, I think you're a bright boy to conceive this idea.
Yes, I think so myself. Of course, you take an individual that's always stone broke like myself, and they use the old brain.
I suppose.
My cerebrum, cerebellum, and medulla oblongata have been hitting on all six ever since I had that chat with Milton at noon. Chance to pick up $3.80 don't come my way once in 40 years.
Well, I have to give you credit. Your scheme is most ingenious.
Yeah, like you say, I was pretty smart to think it up. And it'll work smooth as grease, too, won't it? You can easily find a guy in every state in the Union that'd be glad to do you a little favor like sending you a fruit jar full of dirt.
I think so. I probably wouldn't have to impose on any complete strangers either. Maybe in a few cases I would, but I have a notion I can find a fella in almost every state I've at least met.
Sure.
A. Spillcrack in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Norris Goff in Cove, Arkansas. U.H. Wyckoff in Bozeman, Montana. Elmer Crine in Dallas, Texas. Dr. Alfred Spittle, Click Orchard, Minnesota.
As far as that goes, some of your friends. Mime's old chum, Helen, whatever her name is, in Watson, Tennessee. Robert and Lorstein Price in Washington, D.C. By George, there's another item from Milton's collection. You'll want a fruit jar full of dirt from Washington, D.C., certainly. That'll make another dime for me.
Indeed, Julius Hoke of Latimer, North Carolina. U.I. Gobb, Rolling River, Georgia. And E. Tyson Slurp of Conklin, Delaware.
Easy as pie, huh?
I don't think I'd have any difficulty in rounding up at least one guy from 38 states.
They'd all be glad to send you a fruit jar full of dirt, wouldn't they?
Why, I doubted they'd refuse.
One thing Milton insists on, though.
What's that?
Every fruit jar full of dirt he forks over a dime for has to be okayed by a notary public.
Really?
That's his special stipulation. Look, suppose you write to YY Flirch in Lester, Nebraska, and he sends you your dirt. Okay. How does Milton know it's real Nebraska dirt? It might just be dirt I got out of my own backyard. Milton's got to be positive. So he made that stipulation. Every fruit jar full of dirt he forks over a dime for has to be stamped by a notary public who resides in the state where the dirt is supposed to come from.
I see.
Personally, I think that's a wise precaution on Milton's part.
I think so myself.
Why, heck, I could go out behind our house here and fill 38 fruit jars full of dirt. Well, shall we get busy?
Cow pasture, old cigar stub. I don't like to dampen your enthusiasm, but there are several objections to your venture.
I don't know of any.
Well, several have occurred to me.
What are they?
Well, to begin with...
Yeah?
Please don't think me lazy, but... Well, frankly, the idea of grinding out 38 letters sounds like more work than I have any special desire to undertake. 38 letters is quite a few letters. They'd all have to be personal letters, and they'd all have to be different. I hope you see my point.
Any other objections?
Well, there's the matter of postage. 38 letters would require over $1 worth of stamps.
I'll take that loss. It'd cut my profits down, but I'm willing to take what I can get.
Had you thought of the stationery? Note paper and envelopes are rather expensive.
I think I can dig up some cheap paper and envelopes.
Oh, and listen to another angle. If I ask a guy to send me a fruit jar full of dirt as a favor, I can't very well saddle him with the expense of expressing it. I should imagine a parcel of that size and weight would cost more than a trifle to ship across the country. What I'd have to do would be to offer to pay COD charges on it. The COD charges on 38 fruit jars full of dirt would amount to a sizable fortune. You grasp that point, don't you? My last objection is the most important. Milton insists on the fruit jars being notarized. Do you know what a notary public generally charges for his services?
No.
25 cents. 38 notary public stamps at 2 bits of crack is $9.50. So, it distresses me to say so, Hatband, but I'm afraid your scheme is impractical.
I thought I was so smart.
Well, you were smart.
I'll say.
Sure you were.
Yeah.
Nose glasses, old sock. I'm so pleased with your smartness and business application that I'm going to come through with a reward.
Yeah?
I'm going to give you that $3.80 out of my own pocket.
Go on.
If you'll fetch me my coat out of the hallway, I'll make good immediately.
You mean it?
Fetch me my coat. Remember now, Stovepoker, I expect something back for this. I expect you to help your mother with the dishes. I expect you to hop out of bed promptly when called for breakfast morning. I expect you to trot to the grocery store without putting up big arguments. I expect you. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Let's make it a happy party.
Huh?
Everybody
join.
Everybody sing. Let's have a good time. Well, I rise a smiling, sure it's like the morning spring in the milk of Irish laughter. You can hear me.
Quiet, everybody. Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. What's new? Nothing much. Messenger just brought a package from that weight-reducing place. You know, that one that's been trying to take that blubber off your fat wife. No, there's no message. Just a white flag. What else is new? Well, you know Mrs. Piddleton. Well, Abigail is now worth $100,000, thanks to Italy. Her third husband fell into Vesuvius. Am I going to console her? Better than that, Duffy. I'm going to marry her. Why? I got a lot of reasons. 100,000 of them. Okay, so she ain't got legs like Betty Grable. She ain't even got legs like Harry James. Look. For $100,000, I'll be in a position to gamble that long skirts come back. Huh? What'd you say about Mrs. Piddleton? She's got a face that would what? Duffy, on behalf of my future wife, I resent that. The idea. A face that'd stop a sundial.
Maybe it wouldn't stop it, but it'd sure slow it down.
Oh, yeah? I'll brook no more of these slurs on Mrs. Piddleton's ugly face, Miss Duffy. In a short time, I'm going to be making love to her, and I'm trying to get in the mood. And it ain't easy.
Why don't you go practice over there?
Practice? What do you mean?
Rub noses with the moose head.
Rub nose with it. That's a ridiculous comparison. Look at that moose head. Look at that long nose. Them bulging eyes. Them protruding teeth. Darling!
My, what some men won't do for $100,000.
It ain't the 100,000, it's the principle of the thing. You do the same thing for 500. Besides, it might not be too bad. At least Abigail is sophisticated. You gotta say one thing, she knows plenty about this world.
She ought to. She's been on it long enough. Archie, you ought to be ashamed.
What do you mean?
Marrying for money.
Can you think of a better reason?
How about love?
I love money.
But what about Mrs. Piddleton? You know what she thinks about taverns and saloon keepers.
Well, I covered that, Fats. When I asked her to come down tonight, I told her that Duffy's is not a tavern.
I'll go along with that.
I beg your pardon. I told her we are now a tea room.
Tea room? Ain't she going to be a little surprised when she gets that orange pico with a head on it?
I'll just Tell her it's the tea that made Milwaukee famous.
Some tea room. Look at that painting up on the wall.
The painting? Oh, well, she's been up there for years. You think the picture's a little too daring?
Well, it ain't Washington crossing the Delaware.
Better turn her around. We'll use it as a dart game. Now, what else can we do to tea room up the joint?
Oh, how about going down to the antique shop and picking up a spinning wheel?
Miss Duffy, there will be no gambling. Now, leave us see if there's anything else objectionable that should be removed. Hello, Finnegan. What you been doing all day?
Oh, nothing much. Just sitting around in Cavendish's undertaking parlor.
Oh. Wasn't you taking a chance?
No, I kept moving me arms around. So, nobody brought up the question.
Huh?
Nice atmosphere over there.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. At least there's somebody to talk to.
Who? Cavendish?
No.
Oh. Finnegan, how come you hang around a place like that?
Why not? Look at all the fun I had there last Tuesday.
Fun at Cavendish's?
Oh, yeah. It all started when I fell asleep in a back room. And I had such a delightful surprise when I woke up.
You did, huh?
Yeah. All my best friends was looking down at me.
Well, why didn't you get up?
With 8 pounds of gardenias on my chest? Believe me, Arch, it was a proud moment in my life.
Why proud?
For the first time, I was guest of honor at a party.
Finnegan, are you sure that this was a party?
Of course. The big crowd was there. Some guy was playing the organ. Everybody was formal, including me. And boy, you should have heard the compliments I received.
Yeah, huh? What kind of compliments?
Well, as they walked by, everybody said I never looked better in my life.
Finnegan, are you quite sure that they was complimenting you?
Well, sure. Why else would they take me for that ride in the country?
Yeah, had a nice ride, huh?
Oh, yeah. Only when we got to the picnic grounds, the party started getting a little rough.
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't mind when some practical joker threw me in a hole. And then started throwing dirt in my face. But when that guy reached in to yank off me tuxedo, that was going too far.
So what did you do?
What did I do? I sat right up and I yelled out, "Stop that! I am Clifton Finnegan."
What did they do?
They started throwing dirt in my face again.
Finnegan, why don't you go over in the corner and play alive?
Oh, okay. Hey, fellas, wait for me!
Oh, no. Hey, that must be Mrs. Piddleton. Hello, Duffy's tea room.
Mistress Archer speaking.
Got it out. Hello, it's you, Mrs. Piddleton. Look, Abigail, my love, why ain't you here? You're about to take your beauty sleep? Look, you think we got that much time? Well, I'm just bursting to ask a certain question, Abigail.
Yes, is the 100,000 in cash or in bonds?
Miss Duffy, please. What, Abigail? What should you wear tonight? Well, how about that gray hat? The one with the heavy veil. You wish I was more of a family man? Well, look, ain't it enough that there'll be you and me and the 100 G's? You got to have a family man, huh? Well, I'll tell you what, Pitty. Stick on a bustle and come on down. We'll talk things over. Swell. Hey, Bats, I'm an expectant husband. How about playing the wedding march?
Your wedding march?
Yeah. I'm in the money. That is not a wedding. Now play something else. Down in Louisiana, there's a boy who plays the piano, plays it like you never heard before. He's got a face that's round and mellow. When he laughs, he shakes like jello. Weighs around 244. And when he plays, it sounds swell. They stand around and beat their feet and clap their hands and yell, Brother Fats, play me a tune, Brother Fats. Play it real soon. Play it like you never ever played it before. Take it from the intro and then play it once more, Brother Fats, Brother Fats. Play that melody. Play it on the bottom. Play it on the top. Play it in the middle. Don't you ever stop. I want to hear those big hand pound anytime that I'm around. Brother Fats, play me that tune, Brother Fats. Play it real soon. Play it like you never ever played it before. Take it from the intro and then play it once more. Brother Fats, Brother Fats. Play that melody. Play that melody. Fats, that was great. I think I'll let you play at my wedding.
Is there any money in it?
There is for me.
Mr. Archie, you know there ain't going to be no wedding.
Why not?
You heard what Miss Piddleton said on the phone. She's looking for an old, substantial family type.
Well, I've always been a home-loving man.
Yeah, but who were you home-loving?
Miss Duffy, despite what some people infer, I can quite often be found dabbling around in the kitchen.
Only because you take your bath in the sink.
Yeah, but when I'm taking a bath, I'm still washing dishes. Anyway, what makes you such an authority on family life?
Because Papa set such a wonderful example. Every night he comes home, flings open the door, and then you know what he does?
Falls flat on his face.
I'm not speaking of holidays. He calls out to Mama, "Where is my fat angel?"
Huh? He calls her Angel, huh?
Yeah.
That's probably just wishful thinking.
That's your opinion. But after all these years, Papa says Mama is the most beautiful woman in the world and that he wouldn't give up a single acre. Oh, they were certainly made for each other.
Yeah, hands just fit perfect around his throat.
Archie, they haven't had a fight in years. Oh, occasionally they may quarrel over something like, say, pipe smoking in the living room. So Mama gives in. She smokes on the back porch.
Well, I hope my bride will be more compatible. By the way, Finnegan.
Yeah.
Has Mrs. Piddleton showed up yet?
Is she about 4 feet tall and wearing short pants?
Certainly not.
Oh, then in that case, your little nephew just come in.
Oh, well, it is me little nephew, Morton. Morton, I guess you just couldn't stay away from your old Uncle Archie. Hmm?
Uncle Archie, I find you tedious, odious, despicable, and disreputable.
Kids always love me. But, Morton, how come you ain't at school?
Remember, Uncle, you did my homework for me?
Yeah.
That's why I'm not at school.
Oh, well, make yourself to home, Morton. By the way, you remember Finnegan, don't you?
Indubitably.
Huh? Well, a lot of people have a bad memory for faces. I guess we'll have to make the introductions all over again. Morton, this is Clifton Finnegan.
Delighted.
Thanks.
Glad to meet you, too.
No.
Pleased to make your acquaintance?
No.
Likewise, I'm sure.
That's the one.
You two ought to get along great together. What do you think of Mr. Finnegan, Morton?
Well, as Professor Hooton of Harvard would say, he's probably of human origin.
Oh, wait a minute, Morton. Don't go by what outsiders say.
Finnegan, that was a compliment.
Oh.
Well, Morton, how's it feel to be back in the tavern?
I can answer that by asking you a question.
What?
Did I see a snake just pull its head in that bottle? Or is it merely the airwick going down for the third time?
Very clever, Morton. Too bad I ain't got a son like you. Now, wait a minute. Mrs. Piddleton wants a family, man.
So?
Morton, my son.
What?
Finnegan, meet me new son.
Gee, Archie looks just like Morton.
I am Morton.
Oh, well, that explains your resemblance.
Uncle Archie, you mean I'm to help foster this delusion by impersonating your offspring?
I ain't asking you to do that. I'm just asking you to call me Pop. That's all.
But what about Mrs. Piddleton?
What about her?
Won't she get wise that the kid is artificial?
Not at all. I'll be honest with her. I'll just tell her the kid is a result of a distant marriage. Well, Morton, what do you say? Would you like me for a father?
Well, in these days, I suppose you have to take what you can get.
Look, Morton, don't think of it as gaining a father. Think of it as losing an uncle.
Well, now that makes it a little more attractive.
I knew you'd see it my way, kid. Okay, Morton, you're now me new son.
What price heredity?
Look, Mr. Archie, you ain't gonna fool Mrs. Piddleton with that father stuff. What do you know about being a father?
Well, I never raised no kids of my own, but what's the to it? When they're babies, you give them a bottle. When they're little kids, you give them a lollipop. And when they're in the teens, you give them ice cream. And when they're grown up, back to the bottle again.
Hey, Archie, dame is just coming through the door.
Sideways?
Yeah.
That must be Mrs. Piddleton. Fats.
Yeah.
Kindly announce Mrs. Piddleton.
Okay.
Fats, don't be such a wise guy.
Archie, you dear boy.
Well, welcome to our tea room, Mrs. Piddleton. Or may I call you Abigail?
Oh, please, no.
Lover?
Oh, no.
Wife?
Oh, no.
Try a mother.
We'll save the name calling until after we're married, but I'm forgetting the jovialities here. First, Mrs. Piddleton, may I express me heartiest condolences on your late demented husband.
Well, Archie, Hiram was a fine man, and no one can say he wasn't thoughtful enough.
To die?
Certainly not. I mean, he left me quite well off. Oh, but I'm finding out that even money has its worries.
Abigail, leave me share your worries.
Archie, I think it's a little too late for us. Years ago we should have met. Just think. We could have spent our time attending symphonies, going to the opera, enjoying chamber music, listening to lectures.
Well, maybe it's just as well. A pace like that would have burned us out by now. Excuse me. Hello? Huh? Oh. Okay. Mrs. Piddleton, we got to get married right away.
Well, who was that on the telephone?
The finance company.
Archie, are you only interested in me for my money?
Oh, perish forbid. Now, come on, leave us hold hands here in the corner booth, and I'll show you. Fats, put out the lights.
Okay.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Hi, Abigail, you look good in this light.
Oh, dear boy, you're such a flatterer.
Leave me hold your hand. My goodness, your hand is much smoother than I expected.
Archie, you're holding my alligator bag.
Sorry. Tell me, Abigail, would it startle you if I was to suggest that we make a few advances?
Whatever do you mean?
Would you like to advance me a few bucks against that
I beg your pardon.
Not ready yet, huh? Okay, leave us do it the romantic way. Abigail, you are the the love of my life. And now I have a little surprise for you. Close your eyes.
All right. Archie, take your hands out of that alligator bag.
Abigail, I resent your inference. Are you suggesting that I, the manager of a prosperous tea room, would stoop to filch you for a couple of crass bucks?
Well, that's another thing, Archie.
What?
This tea room.
What about it?
You don't fool me a bit.
In what respect?
Well, tea rooms have lace curtains and dainty furniture and vases on the floor with flowers.
Well, our vases used to hold flowers, too, but the tobacco juice killed them.
And another thing, the tea rooms have gypsy fortune tellers who read tea leaves.
Well, we got a gypsy fortune teller, too.
Really? Where is she?
Well, she happens to be out at the moment buying some bifocals so she can read the smaller leaves. Well, speak of the devil, if it ain't Gertie the gypsy.
What?
I am so glad you have returned, gypsy fortune teller.
Oh. I am the gypsy, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
Gertie, please stick to the tea ladies. Never mind what you do by night. Go ahead, Abigail. Give her your teacup.
Very well.
Tell me, Gypsy, what do you see in the tea leaves?
A fly.
That must have been left over from the consommé. Now, continue, Gypsy. Do the tea leaves say what handsome, debonair gent will marry Mrs. Piddleton?
Well, let's see. Ooh, ya, how to fong kung wa.
What's that?
It's Chinese tea.
Well, try to translate as you go along.
Very well. I see a young man in the tea leaves.
Yes.
He is very tall.
Yes.
And very handsome.
Yes.
He has bushy eyebrows and thick glasses. Why, Rodney Haybinder, what are you doing in there?
Duffy, stop trying to louse me up, will you?
Archie, I've had enough of this. You're deceitful and greedy and just after my money. I'm leaving this place.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Piddleton. So the place ain't no tea room. And Miss Duffy ain't no gypsy. And I am to an extent after your dough. But it ain't for my own vile purposes. It's just that I was sort of thinking of the kid.
The kid?
Yeah. My little son, Morton.
Archie, you a father?
Did I let it slip?
But where is the mother?
Well, I'm sorry you brought that up. It's a pretty sad story.
Oh, what happened to her?
She was killed in the crash of 29. So you see, Morton ain't like other kids. Why, I don't say it's his fault. I guess he just inherited it from me.
What's the matter with him?
He's a genius. Studies day and night. Always under a microscope.
So you're a family man after all.
Well, for the moment, yes. But Morton may not be with us very long.
Why not?
We can't afford the operation.
What operation?
Doctor says the kid's got to be operated on for the pickets.
The what?
The pickets. Malnutrition, you know. Got it from eating too much scurvy. And as I say, we ain't got the money for the operation.
Well, if this is the case, perhaps I ought to reconsider. By the way, who is your doctor?
Hey, doctor, let's see. What is his name again?
I am the gypsy.
Not you this time. The doctor is Dr. Slaughter. I'm expecting him any minute. Will you excuse me? Hey, Finnegan.
Yeah.
Finnegan, could you be an MD?
An MD? Oh, sure.
Good.
What does it mean?
In your case, it means mentally deficient. Now, you got it, Finnegan?
I got it, Arch.
Okay. Who are you?
Don't be silly. You've known me for years.
Please, try to remember.
Yeah.
You're Dr. Slaughter. Dr. Clifton Slaughter. Ph.D., LL.D., M.D.
You don't have to spell it out, Arch.
Well, I figured I'd be on the safe side. Now, what do you do first?
I take out the kid's pulse.
No. You don't take his pulse out. You just take them.
Where?
And a thermometer.
Oh.
Then you look through your stethoscope to see if he has any symptoms of cardiacs in his heart, see?
Well, what if I find a couple, Arch?
Well, then you simply say this boy has angina pectoris. In other words, the white corpuscles is eating the red corpuscles.
Look, Arch, this is an awful lot to remember. Couldn't we just break the kid's arm?
Don't louse me up again.
Well, don't worry, Arch. Just depend on me. I won't let you down.
Promise?
Promise.
Man to beast?
Man to beast.
Oh, Morton.
Yes, Uncle Archie.
Uncle Archie. No, Pop.
Okay, Pop.
All right. Now, remember, you act like you're anemic, see?
Anemic?
Yeah, you can't remember a thing. I don't want you to tip your mitt. Mrs. Piddleton.
Yes,
Mrs. Piddleton, I would like you to meet my son, and I hope the future heir to our fortune.
Hello, Mrs. Piddleton.
My, what a fine young man. And where were you born?
Chicago.
New York.
New York.
Chicago.
In 2 cities?
His mother was traveling at the time.
I see. And how old is he?
10.
12.
10.
And how do you explain that?
He lost 2 years changing schools. Yep, Mrs. Piddleton, that's the story. I've been both father and mother to this little trike. Sending him through school. Massaging his little brain before examinations. Washing his little pantaloons by candlelight.
Morton, you should be very proud of your father.
I am of my father, but that jerk.
Mrs. Piddleton, you see, no memory. Suspicious anemia, eh? I think we'd better have the doctor look at him right away. Calling Dr. Slaughter. Calling Dr. Slaughter.
Calling Dr. Slaughter.
Finnegan, that's you.
Oh, sorry. I am Dr. Slaughter.
Well, glad to see you again, Doc. You just got here in the nick of time.
Yeah, she looks terrible.
Finnegan, the patient is Morton over there.
Well, in that case, let me take out my thermometer.
Just a minute, Doctor. That is a stethoscope.
No wonder it won't fit in his mouth.
Look, Doc, what do you want the kid to do? You want him to stick out his tongue?
Why, is he mad at me?
Oh, gee, what's the matter with this doctor?
Well, he's a little dizzy. He spent the last 6 months testing cigarettes. Tell me, Doctor, what is your professional opinion of this case?
Well, sir, I just checked the boy's pulse against my pulse.
Yes?
One of us is dead.
Doctor, you mean...
Yes, sir. An immediate operation under Rita.
But I ain't got no money for Rita. And if a certain lady does not say, I do, before I count 3, well, afraid we'll just have to hit the kid over the head with the bung starter.
Now, look, this has gone far enough, Uncle Archie.
Uncle Archie?
Huh? What?
Why, you give me that bung starter.
Now, wait a minute, please, Mrs. Piddleton. Ouch! Ouch, me head.
Good night.
Oh, Morton. Morton, you dirty little crumb. On account of you, I've lost $100,000.
Uncle Archie, don't think of it as losing $100,000.
What?
Think of it as gaining a son.
Drop dead.
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed by NBC.
For a beautiful smile, the life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, in the life of Riley. Chester A. Riley, gentleman, riveter, and husband, slaves away conscientiously to provide for his little family. But occasionally, the man becomes a boy again, and on this beautiful spring day, instead of going to work, Riley spent the day fishing with his friend and co-worker, Jim Gillis. Now they're heading for home.
Swell day, wasn't it, Riley? Yeah, Gillis, full of relaxation. This was sure better than working, wasn't it, man?
Hey, Riley, did you get up enough nerve to tell your wife you was going fishing?
Oh, no. Not that I'm afraid of my wife, but I was so busy this morning sneaking out of the house with the fishing rod down my pants leg, I kind of forgot. Did you tell your wife?
No. And not that I'm afraid of my wife either.
No.
I was going to tell her when I kissed her goodbye, but I had the fish hooks in my mouth. Listen, Riley, I'll make a deal.
Well?
If you don't mention it to my wife, I won't mention it to yours.
It's a deal. Just like in the old saying, ignorance is bliss when your wife is ignorant. Hiya, Dumplin'. I'm home. How's about a kiss for the Lord and Munster?
Hello, dear. What, Riley? Your face is all red. Where'd you get that sunburn?
Oh, down at the... it ain't sunburn. I'm blushing on account of the kiss.
Oh, after all these years, you still blush when you kiss me?
Well, you see, it's a hangover from when I was courting you. Whenever I kiss you, I expect that any minute your old man will pop in and say, aha!
Oh, go on, you. Well, Riley, what's this in your lunchbox? 3 mackerel.
Yeah, I hooked them down. I mean, I bought them at the market, but I got them so cheap it's practically like stealing. That's why I said I hooked them.
You bought them?
Yeah.
But you don't like fish.
But fish is brain food. I can use some.
Say, look, Riley. Isn't that Marilyn's father coming up our wall?
Where? Oh, yeah, Mr. Morris. Our Junior's future father-in-law. Oh, it'll be great to have Hobart in the family. Great guy. And he's crazy about our Junior.
Well, how are you, Hope? Ready? Where is that good-for-nothing scoundrel of a son of yours?
Hope, you're mixed up. I only got one son, Junior.
I know. And he's an incorrigible, reprehensible miscreant.
Morris, I don't allow cursing in front of my wife.
Wait, Riley. Mr. Morris, just what has Junior done?
He played hooky from school today. And what's more, he talked my Marilyn into it, too.
Oh, dear, that was wrong of Junior, of course, but I'm sure he
I'd like to give him the good sound thrashing he deserves.
My husband can take care of Junior without any help from you, Mr. Morris.
That's right. I'll do the thrashing around here.
Oh, now, Riley, you mustn't. Junior's a big boy.
Don't worry. I can defend myself.
It's no wonder the boy is running wild. Who could expect anything else when one of his parents is a low-grade moron? Good day.
He ain't getting away with this. Get this straight, Morris. Nobody can call my wife a moron. That'll learn him.
What a nerve. Imagine coming in here and talking...
Well, he was perfectly right, Peg.
What?
I didn't want to admit it in front of him, but playing hooky is a bad thing.
And calling Junior a good-for-nothing scoundrel.
Well, yes. He's showing Marilyn bad ways. There's no possible excuse for playing hooky. Junior's got to be punished.
Well, all right, but go easy on him.
No, I'm going to get tough for his own good.
But, Riley...
It's no use, Peg. I'm putting my feet down. For 17 years, I've been the head of this house, and for once, I'm going to have my own way. That you, Junior?
Hiya, Pop.
Well, Junior, how did school go today?
School?
Yeah.
Same as always.
Mm-hmm. Learn a lot today, son?
Yeah. Plenty. Algebra.
Algebra?
Yeah, how to find X.
That's good. It's nice to find X. But how come you had to go all over town with Marilyn looking for it? Mm-hmm.
Who snitched? Who snitched on me?
Never mind, I won't tell you. I ain't no squealer like Marilyn's father.
It was him?
Junior, how could you play hooky from school?
Oh, gee, Pop, I guess I shouldn't have done it, but it was such a swell day, and I felt kind of lazy.
That's no excuse. You don't seem to realize how important education is. Well, why, look at this telephone here. I can dial a number right now, and a man 1,000 miles away would answer. But suppose Alexander Graham Bell had played hooky. He'd have grown up ignorant. And today, millions of people would be dialing numbers and not getting any answers.
I'm sorry, Pop. It won't happen again. I promise.
Being sorry ain't enough. You got to be punished, good and hard. Let's see now. I got it. For the next 6 weeks, no more allowance.
Okay, you didn't give me my allowance for the last 6 weeks. Just IOUs.
Okay, then, from now on, no more IOUs.
Well, that's fair enough for a punishment.
It is? Wait a minute. If it's fair, it's no good. It's got to be real punishment. From now on, you can't... No, that's no good. You're going to... No, that ain't bad enough.
Oh, come on, hurry up and think of something, Pop. I've got to get dressed. I'm taking Marilyn to a dance tonight.
Dance? That's it. You can't go to the dance with Marilyn. I knew I'd think of something, and it's a good thing you did.
Oh, no, Pop. I got to go to this dance. I've been saving up for the tickets all winter.
Hand over those tickets.
Oh, no, Pop, please let me go. I'll do anything. Only let me go. Please, it's my first dance.
Well, since it's your first dance, no. No, I gotta be a good father. I gotta make you miserable. It's for your own happiness. Give me those tickets.
Oh, no, Pop, please don't.
There. I'm tearing them up.
No, don't. Okay. You'll be sorry. You'll see. You'll be sorry for this.
Oh, wait, Junior, don't. Being a father is very confusing. If I'm punishing him, why am I suffering?
You, Mr. Riley. Me, Waldo Benny.
Ah, hello, Waldo. How's my little neighbor?
Oh, my aching back.
Trouble with the wife again, huh, Waldo?
Yes, she was indulging in her favorite pastime, poker bingo.
Well, what kind of a card game is that?
It isn't. I just call it poker bingo. My wife hits me with a poker, and bingo, I pass out.
Oh, that's terrible, Waldo. How did you ever come to marry a woman like that?
Well, it all came as a surprise. One summer night, she said, "Waldo, dearest, will you marry me?" And my eyes popped. Then she stopped choking me, and we got married.
Ah, that's life, Waldo.
Yes, still, if I had to do it all over again, I'd choke her.
Well, at least you ain't got a son to give you trouble like I have. Junior played hooky from school today.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have done that, but maybe he had a good reason.
Yeah, some reason. He said it was a nice spring day and he was feeling lazy.
A normal manifestation.
Being normal is no excuse. But I punished him good. I stopped him from going to a dance tonight.
Oh, but this is his first dance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's a big thrill in a boy's life, so they tell me.
I don't care. I don't spend 6 days a week riveting, shaking my inside just so he can go to dances and shake his outside. I do it so he can get educated.
Yes, you do work hard, Mr. Riley. You look awfully tired now. Have a hard day?
No, me and Gillis took the day off, went fishing.
Fishing?
Yeah.
Mr. Riley, then you played hooky, too.
Oh, me? Now, wait a minute, Waldo. It ain't the same thing at all. I had a good reason.
And what was that, pray tell?
Well, it was a nice spring day, and I was feeling lazy.
But that was Junior's excuse. You're just as guilty as he is.
But I don't go to school. I'm a worker. It don't count if I... You're framing me.
Mr. Riley, you're a husband and a provider. It's your bounden duty to work, and you failed in your duty.
Gee, Waldo, I didn't think. Oh, you're right. You're so right.
You wronged Junior by punishing him. He only played hooky because he takes after you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why he did it. Oh, this is awful. Why did poor Junior have to get into my family?
That's fate. It couldn't be helped.
Yes, it could have. Why did I have to be Junior's father? If I had to play hooky, why didn't I do it on my wedding day?
Neil has just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll be back with Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. Watch out for gumline cavities. Use Safe Teal, the modern liquid dentifrice, instead of toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. You see, out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And when gums recede, parts of teeth are exposed, which are 25 times softer than tooth enamel. Those softer parts are easily damaged by regular use of toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. So the chances are 8 in 10, you're risking those ground-in cavities daily, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives. Teal is the only leading dentifrice that contains no abrasives. Teal, the liquid dentifrice,
Cleans teeth with a patented ingredient. Protects teeth from ground-in gum line cavities. The Teal Way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their sparkling best safely. Just follow directions on the package. And ask for large family-sized Teal and save money. T-E-E-L, Teal, the liquid dentifrice. And now back to the Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Riley succumbed to spring fever and played hooky from work. But when he discovered that his son, Junior, played hooky from school, he punished the boy. Too late, Riley realized that he is just as guilty as Junior, and now he's filled with remorse.
Peg, I gotta talk to you.
Well, what is it, Riley?
I'm a failure as a father.
What?
You know why Junior played hooky?
Why?
'Cause my blood is flowing through his veins. And it's gotta stop.
Riley, did you get your head caught in the bus door again?
No, not today. Peg, you don't understand. You see, well, I didn't go to work today. I went fishing. I played hooky like Junior.
Oh, so that's it. You ought to be ashamed.
I am. I punished Junior and I got off scotch-free. I broke the poor kid's heart.
I told you to go easy on him, but you can set things right. There's still time for him to go to that dance.
Oh, I can fix that. But I gotta get punished.
Oh, don't be silly.
No, Peg, I mean it. My head's made up. You gotta punish me. Here's a pencil. Write out a list of my punishments. Go on now.
Well, all right. You won't like it.
Oh, I can take it. It's the only thing that'll make a man out of me. Go on now. Start writing.
Well, let me see now. All right. For the next month, you can't go bowling.
Oh, but Dumpling, No, it serves me right now. Give back the pencil.
And, and from now on, you only smoke 1 cigar a day.
What? Well, 1 measly cigar. Good. Make me suffer. Now give back the pencil.
Also, for the next 2 weeks, you have to do the dinner dishes.
Now, wait a minute, Peg. I only played hooky. I didn't rob a bank. Junior. Oh, there you are, Junior. How's my favorite son? Junior? Junior, it's me, your daddy. But, Junior, I got good news for you. I'm a skunk. Ain't that great?
Oh, leave me alone.
Junior, don't talk to me like that. I'm your father, and when I say I'm a skunk, I want a little respect.
Oh, you're a fine one, making me miss the dance.
Don't worry, you can still go to the dance. Here's money for more tickets.
Pop. Oh, boy, you're a pal. You forgive me for playing hooky?
Well, you shouldn't have done it, but I got no right to punish you because I played hooky, too, today.
You did?
Yeah.
Boy, I guess I take after you.
Well, don't be so happy about it. But don't worry, I'm going to reform. You see this list? Those are my punishments. Your mother made them up.
Ha! You call these punishments? You're sure getting off easy.
Oh, you mean they ain't tough enough, huh? Okay, here's a pencil. You write me out some more punishments.
Oh, no, Pop.
Do as I say. I deserve it.
Well, okay. For the next 6 weeks, you deliver my papers.
6 with my feet, the way I work all day, make it 12 weeks. I gotta suffer.
Gee, I better go phone Marilyn now and tell her I can go. Gosh, you're a swell guy, Pop.
He loves me. Believe me, there's nothing like having a boy for a son.
Hello, Mr. Morris. This is Junior Riley. Can I talk to Marilyn, please? But it's about the dance. But, Mr. Morris, listen. Mr. Morris. Hello?
Junior, what's wrong?
Marilyn can't go to the dance with me.
Why not?
Mr. Morris says he doesn't want his daughter to associate with any son of yours.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm phoning him up and punching him right in the nose. Then I'm going to see you personally.
Never mind. You've done enough. You ruined everything.
Now, wait, Junior.
You always get me into trouble.
Who, me?
I wish I could move out of here so I get some peace.
But, Junior...
Oh, leave me alone.
Junior, wait! What a revolting development this is.
For me.
Who's that?
It's I, Digby O'Dell, the friendly undertaker. Going my way.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
What are you doing around here, Digger?
Oh, I've just come from Al's garage. I had my sports coupe repainted. I got tired of the old midnight black color. So I'm having it redone in a snazzy two-tone job. Ebony black body and a pitch black top. Where are you off to, Riley?
Oh, I'm just walking. I'm low, Digger. You've never seen anybody lower than me.
Would you care to bet? What's the difficulty, Riley?
Digger, I played hooky from work today.
Hooky? Oh, that's bad. But at least you're ashamed. It's always a good sign when mortification sets in.
Do you ever have trouble with people playing hooky?
Oh, no. At my establishment, people stay put.
Well, what bothers me, Dick, is that I punished Junior for doing the same thing that I did. I wasn't fair.
I agree. I have one fast rule. I never lay anyone out until I'm sure of my ground. Riley, can't you make it up to the lad?
Well, I tried to, but, well, you see, there's this jitterbug dance he wants to go to tonight. And...
jitterbuggy. Throwing your partner up in the air and catching her on the first bounce. Holding your demure damsel at arm's length while she tries to kick your teeth out. Guiding your lady love along the wooden floor and then picking the pine out of her spine. I adore jitterbugging. It's okay.
Well, poor Junior ain't so gay. He's heartbroken because his girl's father won't let her go to this dance with him.
Oh, then you must approach this father and reason with him. Go to him and offer the olive branch of peace.
Yeah, that's it, a piece of olive branch. That's just what I'll do. Oh, thanks, Digger.
Don't mention it, Riley. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
I gotta make Mr. Morris listen for reason. I gotta make...
Oh, it's you. Beat it.
Now, wait, Morris. Don't close the door. I won't let you. See?
Riley, take your head out of that door.
Wait, Morris. Listen to me. I come here to make peace. Here's a jar of olives. I couldn't get a branch.
Take your olives and get out of here.
But you gotta help me for my boy's sake. Let Marilyn go to the dance with him.
No. A 13-year-old boy who plays hooky is a demoralizing influence.
But it ain't his fault. He gets it from me. Today I played hooky, too, and I'm 39.
Oh, I see. So that's it.
Yeah, I'm a terrible father. And poor Junior's stuck with me. What do you say? Will you let Marilyn go with Junior?
Well, I don't see why the boy should suffer.
That's right. I'm the one who should suffer. Don't worry, I will. Look, this is a list of my punishments. Read it.
deserve a lot worse, but...
I do? Well, here's a pencil, Morris. Write down a couple more.
Oh, don't be silly, Riley. Let's shake hands and forget about the whole thing.
Oh, no, I got to get what's coming to me. Listen, tomorrow morning I'm coming here and work my head off for you. I tell you what, I'll paint your mailbox. 2 coats.
Now, Riley, that's not necessary. I'll go tell Marilyn to get dressed for that dance.
Wait, Morris, I insist on painting your mailbox. If you don't let me, I won't let Junior go to the dance with Marilyn.
Well, all right, Riley, if you insist. And as long as you're going to have a paintbrush in your hand, you can paint my garage, too.
Now, wait a minute, Morris.
2 coats. See you in the morning, 6 o'clock.
I had to open up my big mouth, and he shoved the 2-car garage in it.
Oh, good night, Junior.
Good night, Mom.
Please don't come home too late now.
Yeah, good night, son. Have a good time. Oh, here's 50 cents. Buy her a soda.
Oh, thanks, Pop, and thanks for squaring things up with Mr. Morris.
Forget it. When it comes to squaring things, your old man's got the head for it.
Wonder who that is.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gillis.
Hi, folks. Hey, Riley, guess what?
What?
The foreman at the plant just called me.
He did?
And he said I should tell you we shouldn't bother coming into work tomorrow.
Oh, I knew it. I'm fired for playing hooky.
Oh, wait, Riley.
Oh, what I've done. Now I lost my job. And my poor family. What'll happen to them?
Well, let me finish,
They'll be
Riley.
out of
Let me finish. The plant's going to be closed tomorrow. Something went wrong with the power. And you know what? It was closed today, too.
It was closed.
Imagine. When we was fishing, we wasn't wasting the boss's time. We was wasting our own time. It's a catastrophe.
Well, anyway, this teaches me a lesson, Gillis. No more playing hooky. Someday I'm going to have grandchildren. And how will those poor little kids feel sitting on their grandfather's lap while grandfather is handcuffed to a truant officer?
Riley's will be back in half a minute. To clean teeth safely, brush them with Teal. Teal contains no abrasives, protects teeth from gum-line cavities, cavities ground in by daily use of toothpastes and powders containing harsh abrasives. Avoid such cavities by using T-E-E-L, Teal, the refreshing liquid dentifrice.
Oh, Riley, playing hooky while the plant was closed.
Yeah, well, anyway. One good thing, though, now I can tear up this list of punishments.
Oh, no, you don't. You were trying to play hooky, so now you're going to take your medicine.
Now, Peg, you...
Otherwise, Junior won't have any respect for you.
Okay, I'll go through with it. But take my advice, Peg. Never become a father.
I promise.
Because the minute a father gives birth to children, he gets headaches. There ought to be a law. Every birth certificate should be wrapped around a box of aspirins.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites you to be their guests next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozlov. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, and for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
It's a washing miracle for silk, nylon, woolen, dishes.
What are you talking about?
Dreft. I'll spell it. D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Yes, ladies, and Dreft spells faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history.
That's true. Take lingerie, for example. Why, Dreft keeps my dainty underthings fresher and brighter than even expensive soap flakes.
Right. You see, Dreft is different from soap. Dreff's rich suds rinse clean and clear. They simply can't leave any sticky deposit the way all soaps do. No wonder Dreff keeps lingerie, stockings, new woolens, prettier and brighter, far longer than any soap could ever do. With Dreff, there's no soap fading.
Yes, and for washing dishes, Dreff is just unbelievable. Why, Dreff makes my dishes shine even without wiping. Every woman knows how dishes washed with soap dry with a greasy film, unless you polish them. Well, my Dreff wash dishes drain dry, bright and sparkling. Even glasses sparkle without touching a towel to them.
Yes, ladies. Decide now to open up this bright new world of beauty for your nightstands, for your fine washables, for your dishes. So get Dreff in the bright green package. Dreff, Procter & Gamble's amazing suds discovery that gives you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreff. Next time you shop, get Dreff.
Listen again next week, same time, when Teal for a Beautiful Smile brings you The Life of Riley for laughs.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Hi, Doggy's Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the old fellows are still searching for an ideal way to benefit everyone in the community with Diogenes Smith's $10,000 gift to Pine Ridge. Today, however, Lum had to take a few hours off from this task to go into the county seat and order merchandise from the wholesale house for the store. As we look in on the little community now, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum has just returned from his buying trip. Listen.
Yeah, howdy, Lum. You back already?
Yeah. Kissed a ride with old Ari Hodgkins still waiting for the mail.
Oh, well, good.
Hey, let me sit down. I'm wore to a frazzle.
Well,
Wore to a frazzle.
oh, yeah, it's hot out today, too.
Yeah, Ari seen me there at the county seat and asked me to ride back with him.
Uh-huh.
Said he wanted to cooperate with the government on the carpooling idea.
Well, good for Ari. Did you get the stuff ordered from the wholesale house?
Yeah, most of it. And from there, I went over to the bank to see if that check Squire gave us had went through all right.
What check Squire give us?
The one for $1,200.
Oh.
The one he gave us to pay back for the money we give Mr. Dobbs to buy the lumber with.
Yeah, well, was it good?
Oh, yeah, it went through all right.
Did, huh?
Yeah, so now we got all the Dodge needs his $10,000 back in the bank.
Good for us.
Wait till I tell you what I found out about Squire Skimp, though.
You mean something you found out at the bank?
Yeah, that feller Jenkins told me, the light-haired feller that works in the first key.
Yeah.
He said Squire had been in there just this morning, mad as hops, and wanted to cancel that check.
Cancel it?
Yeah, stop payment on it.
Oh.
Of course, it was too late, and that made him madder than ever.
Well, what was he so mad about in the first place?
Well, you recollect he bought them worthless apartment plans on Mousie's from us.
Oh, yeah, he figured he could sell them to that Wadsworth Tiffin feller for $50,000.
Well, that's what he was trying to do. That's why we ain't saw him around town the last couple of days. He taken a trip clean to Dubuque, Iowa to see Mr. Tiffin.
He did?
Yes, sir. And, of course, Mr. Tiffin already knowed it was no good.
Sure.
So Squire turned around and headed for the bank at the county seat. But, of course, it was too late. The check had done went through.
Doggy, that ought to learn that Squire not to try to put nothing over on us smart business fellers like we are.
Of course, this ought to learn us a lesson, too, Abner.
Us?
It ought to learn us to be more careful with somebody else's money.
Yeah.
Just think how we'd feel if we actually lost part of that $10,000.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we would have had to made that good, too, wouldn't we?
Well, no, not legal we wouldn't, I don't think, but I'd feel obligated to do it just the same.
You would, huh?
Yeah, see, when we lose our own money, that's our own punishment, but when we lose something that belongs to all the folks in the community, that's a different matter.
Yeah. All right, Doggy's Lum, we oughtn't to take no more chances with that, you know. Just leave it that there and money there in the bank where it's safe and not even touch it.
Well, I thought about that too, Abner, but when I got to studying about it, and if you stop and think, that wouldn't be far out dodging Easy's wishes.
Oh.
See, he wanted us to use it for something that'll do good for the whole community. Ain't going to do nobody no good there in the bank.
No, that's right. But we can't find no good ideas for it, Lum. And on the ideas we have tried, well, we come mighty nigh close to losing the money.
Yeah. Sometimes I almost wish Dodge and Ease hadn't left us in charge of it.
Me too.
Yeah, we might not be the fellas to handle it. I don't know.
Hey, Doggies, wait a minute. Why don't we just pint 2 other fellas to handle it then?
2 other fellas?
Why, sure. Let them figure out what to spend the money for. That way, why, nobody can ever accuse us of doing the wrong thing with it. We'll be shut of it.
Yeah, but who are we going to find? I know it won't be Squire Skin.
Oh, no, of course not. Not him.
And Ezra Seastrunk ain't got no head for financial figures.
No.
Can't hardly handle his own account.
No, he broke all the time.
Mose Mooch is too lazy.
Yeah.
Luke Spears is too busy.
Oh, yeah, Luke's busy now.
No, I don't believe that's a good idea. I'm feared we'd feel like we was shirking our duty.
Well, my...
Dodge and he's left it up to us to figure out something good to do with the money, and I grannies we're going to do it.
Well, I don't know what it'll be. I even asked little Pearl what she figured we ought to do with it, and... Wait a minute, there comes Mousy up out there.
Mousy?
Yeah, see?
Grannies, I hope he ain't got no new plans. Not after all the trouble his last one got us into.
Yeah, well, I reckon he'd more likely give up being a genius by now. That's hard work being a genius. That's why I ain't never taken it up steady.
You ain't never taken it up unsteady.
Huh?
Well, howdy, Mousy.
Hello, Lum, Abner.
What can we do for you today, Mousy, as if I didn't know?
Well, just give me 2 minutes of your time, Lum. Now, I have a plan.
I was scared of this. Mousy, why don't you save your plan for somebody else? Or sell it to Squire. He appears to like to buy your plans, don't he, Debbie?
Yeah, he'll buy it sure as the world, Mousy. Well, I'd like for you to hear it first, Lum. You see, I got to thinking about my mother the other night.
Oh, you mean the one that's the lady blacksmith up in Iowa?
Yes, sir. Does she still seem like a father to you, Mousy? Yes, sir. And I got to thinking, and I just said to myself, I said, Mousy, someday Mama will want to retire from the blacksmith shop. And
well, natural.
Well, then she'll want to go home, but she can't.
She can't? Why not?
Well, because, see, she lives at the blacksmith shop, Lum, so she's already there.
What's wrong with that? It just saves her a trip, that's all.
Yes, sir, but I'd like to have her get away from the shop, Lum. Get away from it all.
Yeah. Just a minute, Mousy. What's all this got to do with a plan for spending the $10,000?
Well, I thought it would be nice if we could build a nice, comfortable old people's home here.
Just for your mama?
Well, no, sir, for all the old people in Pine Ridge who'd like to have a nice place to go and live and enjoy themselves when they get too old to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Might not be a bad plan, Mousy.
Would there be a checkerboard there, Mousy? Yes, sir. One under every tree.
Yeah. There ought to be a lot of trees, too.
Oh, my, yeah.
Great big shady trees.
Yeah.
Fellow could sit on there and relax all day long.
All day long?
Why, sure.
Wouldn't there be no work to be did around here? No, sir. Not by the old folks. Well, I do know.
See there?
We could play croquet. Mama would be wonderful for putting up the croquet set, pounding the stakes in the ground for us.
Yeah, and that way she could sort of taper off gradual from her blacksmith work.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't have to stop it so sudden then. Sometimes that's dangerous, you know.
Hey, Doggy's Lum, I believe Mousy's hit on a great idea here, you know it? Yes, sir, I believe he has. I have. Sure, I know all the old folks around here just be tickled to death with something like this.
Natural.
Why, they could just sit there under them big trees all morning playing checkers. Just sit there and play checkers till somebody called them in to eat.
Yeah.
When they got done eating, why, they'd come out and play croquet all afternoon. Somebody call them into supper and go in and eat again.
Sure.
Yeah, eat supper and then sit around, listen to the radio, play some more checkers, and then, let's see, might have another supper along about 9 o'clock just before turning in.
Grannies, I believe I got it.
Huh?
Yes, sir, I know just exactly the spot to build it at.
Whereabouts, Lum? Over there by my place?
No, it's further out of town. You know where the creek makes that bend out there northeast of town? That big eddy there?
Oh, you mean out there about a mile off the road going to Odin?
Yeah, where the fishing's so good.
Oh, that's the best spot there is in this part of the country. Oh, pull 'em out there, fella have to get behind a tree to bait a hook down there.
Build a nice house there.
Yeah,
Got plenty of boats there already.
Oh, my, yes, that's a place.
That's exactly where we'll build a home.
Yeah.
Right close to the creek bed and put in a nice grassy lawn going right down to the edge of the creek.
Yeah, and there's plenty of big shade trees there, too. Fella could just lay out there and fish and sleep. Yeah, that's a place.
Yeah, we can just put big comfort rocking chairs under them trees and furnish everybody a fishing bowl and just let them sit there and fish all day.
Why, sure.
And smoke if they want to smoke.
Oh, yeah, furnish cigars, what they ought to do. Yeah, play checkers at the same time. Just sit there and fish and play checkers. They can.
Yeah, or read books or anything they want to do.
Why, sure. Might even have them bring the food right down there instead of calling them in the house for supper. They wouldn't have to walk so far.
Why, sure. Have them bring the meals right out there to you.
Sit and eat and fish, yeah.
That is, they can do it without making too much noise.
Too much noise?
Have to pass some rules making it illegal for anybody to interrupt a feller when he's fishing, especially if he's getting a bite.
Oh, yeah, Lomie, don't want no hollering going on. Well, Lum, I don't think that Mama knows how to fish.
Oh, well, it's time she's taking it up and learning how then.
Why, sure.
She don't know what she's been missing all these years.
Why, yes, she ought to take it up, especially if she seems like a father to you, Mousie.
Yeah, that's right. Any boy's papa enjoys going fishing.
Oh, my, yes, yes.
And to get to talking about it, I'd sort of love to go this afternoon myself.
Well, I hear they're biting pretty good. Cedric was out last night, catched a right pierced string of catfish.
I ain't looked lately. Is the signs right?
Yeah, just right now, yes, sir.
Granny, I thought about something else, too. We might put in some hammocks under them trees.
Hammock?
Yeah, it might be some of the old folks that wants to fish from a hammock instead of a rocking chair.
Why, sure, they could do that. Just lay there and sleep. And fact is, they could put the line around their toe there. Got a bite, jerk them, wake them up there, sure. How old does a feller have to be to get in that home, Mom?
Oh, I don't know. Have to decide on that. I reckon you ought to be past 60 anyways.
60, huh? Doggy, that sounds good. You know what? Here, I better call Elizabeth right now. Let me get the phone there.
Well, just a minute. What do you have to call Elizabeth for? Let's talk about it.
Well, here, to tell her to get everything packed up. We're moving into that old folks' home right now.
You are?
Why, sure. That's just exactly the kind of place I always wanted to live in.
Yeah, but wait a minute, Abner. You can't move into the old folks' home.
Why can't I? I'm past 60, ain't I?
Yeah, but you just can't move in there, that's all.
I can't done it. I'm an old folk.
I know, but you can't move in there.
Why?
Well, one of us has got to stay here and run the store.
That's the absolute finest television set I ever did see.
Well, now, wait a minute. How you know that's such a fine television set, Andy? You ain't even got the thing turned on.
Don't need to turn this set on to know it's the greatest, Amos. Just got to look at the nameplate. See what it says? CBS.
Oh, CBS, yeah. That makes the greatest. Sight unseen. Oh, CBS.
CBS Columbia, makers of America's most advanced radio and television receivers, present transcribed The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Amanda Randolph, Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amos Reese, Gus Bays, Lud Gluskin's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy! The Kingfish and his wife Sapphire and her mother planned on spending a month's vacation in Mama's cottage up in the country. The Kingfish has just been up to look the place over after the winter and has just returned with bad news.
What's this you say, George? They had a flood up where our cabin is?
Flood? I'll say there was. When I got there, the Coast Guard was draining out the cabin. They had a bilge pump down the chimney.
Oh, my sweet little cottage in the country.
Yeah, well, unless you was a romantic barracuda, ain't exactly ideal honeymoon spot no more.
Now, George, stop this fooling. Is there any dampness in the house?
Well, there was a little in the living room.
A little? How much?
About 10 feet. But the water done receded.
Well, is the floors dried out?
Now, that's hard to tell, honey. You see, when the flood receded, it receded the floor with it. That's what happened.
Well, we ain't got the money to fix it up. I guess we'll just have to give up any thought of a vacation right now.
You know, maybe we could rent it out to somebody.
Oh, don't be silly. Only a boob would want a place like that.
Then you shouldn't have no trouble. Take one to know one.
Mama's right, George. You know, the thing we ought to do is put an ad in the newspaper. Come on, Mama, we'll go in and call them up.
Trying to rent that flooded cottage. This ain't going to be easy. It would take a fish to live up there. A fish, say, wait a minute here. I think I know it's just the big, fat, pooped-out porpoise to occupy that aquarium, too. Just keep walking, Anna. The cottage is just over this next knoll down in the little valley. Yeah. Lovely location, Anna. Situated right between Disappointment Knolls and Gutted Glen. There's a beautiful spot there.
Well, listen, Kingfish, I don't know why I should be taking a vacation this time of the year.
Oh, look, Andy, I worried about you. You spend the whole winter down here in the city breathing this obnoxious air?
Well, you mean the air up here is better?
Oh, certainly it is, Andy. In the city, the air is 1 part hydrogen and 2 parts carbon peroxide. There's only one way that you can get pure air than this, Andy. And I don't think you want to spend your vacation in no oxygen tent, do you?
No. Well, maybe you was right, Kingfish, but tell me something. Is the water in the lake down there been rising lately?
Rising? What make you say that?
Well, it sure looks to me like there was a flood up here.
Yeah, well, now, here we is, Andy, right here. Yeah, here we is. Boy, look at there. There is your dream cottage.
Yeah, I want to go... wait a minute, Kingfish. Mm-hmm. If the water don't rise around here, how come the house is up in the air on 6-foot pylons?
Ventilation, and under the house, they got what you call a breezeway. Now, come on, Andy, let's climb the steps here and take a look at your beautiful mansion, boy.
Yeah, well, okay.
Now, follow me across the porch, Andy. Watch the loose boards there. Here, Andy, I tell you, when you move in, say, Andy, that's funny. He was here a minute ago. Andy, where is you?
I was down here in the breezeway, Kingfish.
Wait a minute. This ain't no time to play games. Come on out of there. Here, give me your hand here. Yeah, stand on that rock down there. Yeah, okay. Come on. That's up.
Yeah, all right.
All right, there you.
Yeah. Oh, holy mackerel, Kingfish. I went right through the porch.
Well, like any place, the boards need a little tightening up, you know. Come on, let's go in the door here. The door needs a little tightening too, don't it? Just step over the thing there, Andy. Look the living room over there, Andy. See there? Nice new floors we put in here.
Well, listen, Kingfish.
Leave it down the floor. Now, here we are.
Just one big room. How you get 5 rooms out of this place?
Well, like all summer places, Andy, you just draws a curtain. Now, you see, you draws the curtain like this, and there you is. On this side of the curtain, you got a bedroom, and on the other side, you got a nice 8x4 living room.
That don't give me much of a living room. Suppose I want to have a big housewarming party. I got about 30 or 40 friends I'd like to have up. How's I going to entertain them all in that little bitty living room?
Well, you can stagger the guests. Do like to do at the airport. Have them circle around outside, tell you it's ready for them to come in and make a landing at the punch bowl. That's what
Yeah, well, all right. Tell me something. What is this curtain here?
Well, if you're having a dinner party, Andy, you just pull this across like this, you see. And there's your dining room.
Well, I don't know about this place, Kingfish, with the curtains and everything.
Now, look, Andy, I admit the thing needs a little fixing up. But you can have the place for the whole summer for just $200. What do you say, boy?
Well, that ain't bad.
Oh, great bargain there.
Yeah, okay, it's a deal, Kingfish. I'll take it.
Fine, Andy. Now let's go back to the city and we'll sign the ironbound contract there. Yeah. You go ahead, Andy, and we'll follow you on the porch here. I'll right behind you.
Yeah, okay, let's go. Say, Kingfish, I was going to tell... Well, that's funny. I thought the Kingfish was following me. Hey, Kingfish! Kingfish, where is you?
Down here, Andy. Just dropped down to inspect the breezeway. Oh, me, what a break. I'm just glad I got that cottage rented, and let me get in the apartment here and tell Sapphire. Sapphire, home. Got some good news for you.
Well, I got wonderful news for you today, George. We got an answer to our ad, and I rented the cottage today to a Mr. Walter Jackson for $100. He's moving in there tonight.
Honey, wait a minute. This here's a mess. I done rented the cottage to Andy, and he moving in there late tonight.
Oh, you ain't, George. Oh, that's awful. Mr. Jackson is a very nervous man. He said as soon as he got there, he was going to go right to bed. Oh, I wonder what'll happen.
Well, I don't know, but I got an idea there's going to be more screaming and yelling up there than the time that Grandma was slapping the hogs and fell into the pig wallow.
Hello there, this is Freeman Gosden. Tonight's Amos and Andy show is a little special because it marks the start of our second 6 months of sponsorship by CBS Columbia. And this is a good time to tell you about something my partner Charles Carell and I have talked about a number of times, and it is this. It's really a pleasure to be selling a top-notch product like CBS television sets. The CBS Columbia people build a truly fine television receiver, and we just come right out and tell you so without any ifs, ands, or buts. It makes us feel good to know that when you go down to your dealers and see the fine picture on a CBS set, when you hear the 360 full-fidelity sound, and when you try CBS sweep tuning, you'll discover what we have said about CBS television sets is not exaggerated at all. These CBS sets are exceptional sets, and each one represents solid value. Of course, there's a mighty good reason for it. CBS Columbia is the set manufacturing division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, the greatest name in home entertainment.
Oh, me, it sure is dark in this cottage. Well, I got my nightshirt on here in the washing area. Too bad I fell down that breezeway and busted my kerosene lamp. Let me feel my way across the living room here. Kingfish must have pulled all the curtains. Ah, here he is. Here's the bed. Yeah, let me sit down on the edge of it. Oh, me, is I tired. Yeah, I was really exhausted. How you like that? I really must be tired. I ain't asleep, but I is snoring already. Well, let me lay down. Pull the covers up around me here. Uh-oh. This is one of them short beds. My feet's is sticking out of the bottom. Yeah, there he is. There's my foot with the corn plaster on it. There's my foot with the busted toe. And there's my foot with the sock on it. And there... Holy smoke. I must be tired than I thought I was. From here, it looks like I got 3 feet. I wonder what done... Yeah, and I'm snoring again, and I ain't asleep. Hey, wait a minute. There seems to be something here on the next pillar. Uh-oh, there's something wrong here, because I know I ain't got 2 heads. Oh, me. I must be so tired I'm having hallucinations. Well, I'm going to make the final test. I'm going to reach down here and pinch my foot with a sock on it. There. Ouch! Holy mackerel. I pitched my foot and the other head said out. I'm getting out of here.
Wait a minute. Who's here in this room?
Ain't nobody here, mister. You was all alone.
Wait a minute. Stop.
Out of my way. Help. Let me out of here. Help. Yeah, Amos, and that's the whole story.
Yeah, that's a terrible thing, Andy, finding another man in your bed.
Oh, yeah, it was a mess, Amos. He run out the back way and I run out the front way.
Yeah, well, how did you get that bump on your head, Andy?
Oh, well, on the way out, I slipped on a dead fish and landed in the breezeway again.
You say that you ain't got no idea who this man was you found in dead?
No. When the Kingfish rented me the place, he didn't say nothing about no other man.
I'm beginning to see here. You rented the place from the Kingfish, huh?
Yeah.
Did you ever stop to think that the Kingfish might have rented this place to one other fella?
Well, now, why would the Kingfish want to do that? After all, in the past, we has always been buddies. I mean, he never tried to gyp me to, he ain't never tried to pull no, holy mackerel, Amos, he's done it again.
You know, if I was you, I'd get hold of that Kingfish right away and straighten this nonsense out, Andy.
Yeah, I'm going to call him up right away. Say, by the way, Amos, could any of your kids use a turtle? I found this in the pocket of my nightie when I got out of the breezeway.
Now, take it easy, Andy. Ain't no sense in hollering me on the telephone. Yeah, well, the whole thing was a mistake. No, you can't have your money back. I'll work the thing out. Just give me time, Andy. Well, I know. All right. I'll call you back later. Goodbye. Oh, me, what a mess. I rent the place to Andy, and Sapphire rents it to Mr. Jackson. One of them has got to go. Well, if it ain't Algonquin, J. Calhoun.
Hiya, Kingfish.
Yeah, come on in here. What brings you over here, Algonquin?
No, I was over making a political speech in the park.
Oh, making a political speech? Oh, making a speech, huh?
I'll say it. I climbed up on my soapbox and made the greatest speech of my career. I stood on that soapbox and I said, ladies and gentlemen, I is for clean government. We must wash our hands of vice and corruption. The time has come to scrub away the stigma of bribery, to bathe ourselves in democracy and freedom.
Yeah, well, did you get many votes?
No, but I sure sold a lot of soap.
Well, I got a different problem, Gonky. Look here.
Yeah?
I rented a vacation cottage up in the Catskill Mountains to Andy, and my wife done rented it to a Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
And last night, they both discovered each other up there in the place at the same time.
Uh-oh. That's a nasty business, Kingfish. A nasty business. Somebody got to go.
Well, now, I tell you what I want to do. I want to keep Andy up there because he paying me $200.
Yeah.
He's a $200 man, but I want to unrent it from Jackson because he only paying me $100. You see the idea that he paying me half with that.
Yeah. Well, the thing to do is to scare this fella Jackson out of there.
Scare him? Scare him?
Yeah, you know, that's pretty wild country up there in the Catskills, and you could make him think it's too dangerous to live up there. Tell him that there's some wild animals or something in the woods.
Oh, that's a great idea, Calhoun. Yeah. Tell him the animals. Yeah, I'll tell Andy the truth about this and get him to go up there and help me scare this fella Jackson out.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to your vacation, I hope you don't have no trouble like this, Calhoun.
Oh, I ain't gonna have no trouble. I does the same things every summer. Well, every Sunday I goes out to Coney Island and rides the biggest roller coaster they got.
Yeah, well, don't you get scared on that roller coaster, Calhoun?
Scared? Kingfish, when it goes down that first dip, I screams out loud. By the time it hits the bottom, I is blubbering like a baby. When the ride is over, it takes 2 minutes to get me out the car. Oh, Kingfish, I is a whimpering, blubbering mess. I have to spend 3 days in bed before I was well enough to go back and ride that thing again on the next Sunday.
Holy smokes, Calhoun, if the roller coaster make you that sick, why do you keep going on it?
I got a free pass.
The crowning glory of any TV set is its sound system. No matter how good a picture you get, you can't enjoy a show thoroughly unless the sound is sparkling clear. In the field of television sound, CBS sets stand alone with their famous 360 full-fidelity sound system. The very same system that has received worldwide acclaim in hi-fi phonographs. As you probably know, 360 sound uses 2 speakers. But let me point out that the number of speakers is by no means the whole story. In the CBS 360 system, these 2 speakers are specially matched and specially designed with deep cones and heavy voice coil magnets. They are powered by a specially designed amplifier that handles a wide range of sound without distortion. These speakers face in opposite directions so that sound reaches you from all around. The whole room plays. And here's something else that's mighty important. Not only does the 360 system sound better than anything else you've ever heard in television, but you'll be conscious of an improvement in picture quality, too. And that's not just a claim. It's a fact proved in a recent psychological test. For a new experience in TV, go on down to your dealers and see and hear a CBS television set. 21-inch models start at $149.95.
Well, Mr. Jackson, it was nice of you to phone me, and I'm awfully sorry to hear you had all this trouble.
Yes, Mrs. Stevens. I'm phoning you from the hardware store in the village near the cottage. After what happened last night, I came down here to the hardware store and bought myself a gun.
Well, I'm sure when my husband gets there tonight, he'll straighten the whole thing out.
Sure is dark up here at Dismal Dell tonight, ain't it, Kingfish?
Well, now, Andy, here's the cottage. Now, listen to this. Yeah. I go in and talk to Mr. Jackson like I told you I was going to do. Mm-hmm. Now, you know what you're going to do to help me scare him away.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to hide in the bushes and pull this string with the rosin on it through this big tin can like this. See?
Yeah, good, Andy, good. Now, that really sounds like a mountain lion, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, that really ought to scare him. Now, get over in the bushes there, and when I gets in the cottage, and I was there for about 2-3 minutes, you make a noise like a mountain lion.
Yeah, well, say, tell me something. You sure we doing the right thing here, Kingfish? Couldn't backfire on nothing, could it?
Oh, of course not, Andy.
Yeah, well, I hope this string and can don't make no noise like a female mountain lion. Because if a male mountain lion heard the thing and come around, I sure hate to see his expression when he found out it was just a tin can.
Well, never mind that, Andy. Now, tell you what, you get on over there in the woods, and I'll go in there now and talk to Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll be going over there. I'll see.
Mr. Jackson got the lights turned on. He must be in all right. I'd better knock on the bias here. I don't want to go through that breezeway again. I shouldn't have too much trouble with this fella.
Yes? Yes, what is it?
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Jackson. I ain't no wild beast from out of the woods. I was only your landlord.
Oh, you must be Mr. Stevens. Won't you come in?
Just dropped in to see if you was comfortable up here in this lonely, desolate spot.
Well, I was telling your wife, I had quite an experience last night. Woke up in the middle of the night, and there was this man in my bed.
You don't mean to tell me. Well, you got a break anyway. At least you wasn't sharing the covers with a coyote or something like that.
It was a frightening experience.
Well, just being such a wild part of the woods, almost anything could happen, you see. Yeah, I tell you.
Good heavens, what was that?
That was just one of them man-eating ferocious mountain lions that scares people. Sounds like he's pretty hungry tonight, don't it?
You mean mean there are mountain lions up here?
Oh, yeah. The woods is full of them. I rented the place last year to a man and woman with 8 kids. And he took my advice and he counted them every morning before breakfast. The second week, he started coming up shy. Of course, I reduced the rent as the season wore on, you see. Sound like you're ready for a blue plate dinner tonight, don't it?
Well, I'm certainly glad I'm prepared for something like this.
Prepared?
Yes, after that little episode with that prowler last night, I went into town and bought myself a gun.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said about a gun.
Yes, a Remington, 30 caliber with a telescopic sight. I'll go and get it. I'll fix that mountain.
Yeah, well, while you gone, I'll go out on the porch and see if I can scare the mountain lion away. Mountain lion, mountain lion. Shut up, you fool, and listen. Mountain lion, there's a man coming out here with a gun, 30 caliber Remington. Beat it, mountain lion, beat it.
Hey, I got my gun.
It's too late, Mr. Jackson. He done gone off in the woods.
Wait a minute. I see it between the trees. Maybe I can get a shot.
Oh, you missed him. Something wrong, mister?
Well, I know I'm nervous, but I could have sworn that mountain lion had on a derby. Stephen, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm moving out. I want my money back.
Yeah, well, I saw it, mister, but you can move out if you want to, but I ain't giving you your money back.
Look, are you trying to gyp me here?
No, I can't help it if you scared and move it out on your own violation. You can't get no money back from me. Ha, ha, ha. What was that?
I was just cocking the gun here.
That was $100 even, wasn't it, mister? I got it.
My vacation up there in Dismal, Dell, and that's that.
Yeah, but we got her, honey. Mr. Jackson done moved out, and after the shooting, and they won't have no part of the place. He demanded his money back.
Well, I ain't going to no place that's liable to be flooded.
Now, look, Sapphire, look here. A couple of days of sunshine, and the place will be as dry as toast. The rainy season's over. I guarantee you that. It ain't gonna rain no more.
Well, all right, George.
Oh, good. I guarantee you.
Yeah, I hope you're right, because we ain't got no money to go no place else. Guess we'll just have to make the best of that cottage. But let me warn you, George, you know what dampness will do to Mama's lumbago.
Yeah.
And if anything happens to spoil this vacation, I'll never forgive you the rest of my life.
Well, good morning, Sapphire, darling. Your mama's still sleeping behind the other curtain there, so I brung your breakfast in to you. How'd you sleep your first night at good old Dismal Dell?
George, I was just looking out the window here. It's raining.
Oh, no, honey, just a little slight spring drizzle, we call it.
Now, look, George Stevens, you don't think there's going to be another flood, do you?
No, honey. You reading the newspaper, the flood season is over. Oh, we was a good mile from the lake, and anyway, the house is on 6-foot piling. No water can come in here this time of year.
Well, all right, George. Oh, say, you forgot the coffee.
Yeah, I was waiting for the milk. I'll go out on the porch and see if it's come in yet. It's, holy mackerel, Sapphire. Look what's floating in the front door.
Andy, what is you doing to that poor old TV set? Trying to wreck it?
No, sir. I is unwrecking it. I is creating the greatest contribution ever made to the ancient art of tuning in a TV set.
Yeah, well, that's nice, Andy. Tell me about it.
Well, you know the nuisancey way you always had to tune a TV set. All them twiddly little dials with the squinty little numbers. All that bending down and reaching round.
Yeah?
Boy, that's gone. With my new system, the channel numbers is big and easy reading, and they are spread out clean across the front of the set. And under the numbers, there's just this one handy little knob. Then, when you wants to switch from Channel 4 to Channel 2, You just whoosh that knob across, and there you is.
Where is I?
You is locked in tune for good. That's where you is.
Well, Andy, there's just one thing about this invention of yours. It's already been invented by the CBS Columbia people. They calls it sweep tuning.
You mean to say that CBS Columbia has done beat me to the draw? They already got this quickest, handiest station selector ever invented?
They sure has. That's the sweep tuning everybody's been talking about. What's more, you can get sweep tuning in a 21-inch CBS TV set for only $149.95. Hey, where you going there, Andy?
Gotta get to my dealer before he's sold out of them CBS sweep tuning sets.
Yeah, wait a minute here. Take your old set along with you. Get yourself a real nice trade-in. Well, folks, we'd like to say goodnight for our sponsors, CBS Columbia, manufacturers of America's most advanced radio and television receivers. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday for the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Tonight's program was brought to you by CBS Columbia, manufacturers of full-fidelity television receivers. And for a real treat in TV entertainment, tune in Life with Father, presented every week by CBS Columbia over the CBS Television Network. See your paper for time and station. Now, stay tuned for Our Miss Brooks, which follows immediately over most of these same radio stations.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
So vote for Gracie! To win the grand today to the racing.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my friend. Keep going all day long.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Well, folks, we're having the same unusual weather here in Southern California. It was raining so hard this morning that even the footprints in front of Grauman's Chinese Theater were wearing glasses. Then it started raining.
Wait a minute. Unusual weather. Well, it's a beautiful day. As a matter of fact, it's been beautiful all week.
Oh, isn't that too bad? Now Bob Hope won't have anything to talk about.
Of course, he can always talk about Crosby's horses.
Yeah, doesn't he?
He does, at that.
Oh, and by the way, I saw one of Crosby's horses at the racetrack today.
Did you say hello?
No, I said goodbye. I was walking too fast.
Probably one dark horse talking to another.
Oh, hello, Ray.
Hi, Gracie. I brought you a little present.
For Ray Noble again?
I hope you like it.
Well, I can't wait to unwrap it.
It was a long time growing it. This morning I cut it just for you.
Oh, it's beautiful.
What is it?
It's a lock of Ray's hair.
That's some present.
Well, Ray, I adore it.
Well, I'm glad that's off my chest.
Well, there's a pretty little thing.
Oh, to give a present like that certainly takes a lot of pluck.
Oh, by the way, Gracie, I reserved that table for two after the broadcast.
Oh, in the same old place?
Yes, on the same old table.
Oh, good. I'm just dying to shoot a game of pool.
You can meet him at 9 o'clock behind the 8 ball.
Hello, Prez.
Oh, Pinky.
Well, George, how's the Secretary of State this evening?
I'm not the Secretary of State.
Well, I don't know. You look like Hull to me.
I do, huh? Variety clubs like your political speech in Dallas.
Oh, Grandrew, but George's speech was a riot.
Really? Well, I'm dying to hear it, George.
Well, all I said, Truman, was members of the Variety Club.
Isn't that a scream, Frank?
Dad must have killed the people.
I didn't say anything.
Gracie, when you got home, was your kangaroo glad to see you?
Oh, you mean Laura? Oh, I'll say. She wagged her tail so hard she knocked my sister Bessie out of bed.
Kangaroo sleeps with your sister Bessie?
Oh, what's the matter with that? Bessie's very nice.
Must be a nice little family.
Of course, Monday night is Hazel's turn, and Friday night...
To sleep with the kangaroo?
No, sleep with Bessie. And Friday night...
Well, why? Why does everyone want to sleep with Bessie?
Well, she's the only one who's got a bed.
The only one who's got a bed?
Yeah.
Please, everybody, I'd like to hear George's speech.
Well, thanks, Truman. I got up and I said, members of the Variety Club.
Gracie, you mean there's only one bed in your house?
Well, you know how small our apartment is.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Well, it's so small, my daddy has to shave before he can get into the bathroom.
Then, where does he shave?
On his face.
Does he use a lather?
No, he stands in a chair.
Members of the Variety...
Gracie, how many of you live in this apartment?
Oh, no, let me see. There's my little nephew, Porky, and there's my
Porky?
mother and my father, yes.
His name is Porky?
Yes, and my father and my mother.
What was he named after?
After he was born.
That's a nice name, Porky.
Yes. He's the one with the revolving head. Then there's my
Just
mother
a
and my
minute.
father.
Just a minute. Your nephew has a revolving head?
Yeah, he got that from wiping his face in the roller towel.
The family certainly gets around.
Yes.
And so does that kid's head.
Oh, and then there's my Uncle Max, an old Indian fighter.
An old Indian fighter?
Yeah, but he's not fighting anymore.
Why not?
He can't fight the
The
old
Indians, I thought. Uncle Max, he's the one with the flat feet.
Yeah, he got that way having his hat blocked while he had his shoes on.
George, please, the speech.
Well, I'll try again. Members of the Variety Club, stop me if you've heard this before.
Stop.
Why?
I've heard it before.
Oh, quiet. A very funny thing happened to me on the way to Dallas.
Oh, I thought you were born on the way to Cleveland.
That was another speech.
Oh.
How many of you live in this apartment?
Well, there's 16, including Laura and my Aunt Clara.
Your Aunt Clara. That's the one with the wart.
Yeah, she married him last March.
I mean the one with the wart on her hand.
That's him, all right. She's been supporting him since they were married.
Well, all right. So 16 live in your house. A very funny thing happened on the way to Dallas.
17, including Mr. Phillips.
A very funny thing Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Who is Mr. Phillips?
Oh, he's been living with us for 12 years.
Well, who is he?
Oh, we don't know.
He's been living with you for 12 years? You don't know who he is?
Mm-hmm.
How'd he get there?
Well, we asked the landlady to bring us another bed, and he was in it.
Members of the Variety Club are very...
Quiet, George. I'd like to hear your speech.
What do you think I'm trying to do, Truman? But never mind.
Oh, go on, Judge. We're only kidding, aren't we, boys? And the speech was really a big hit in Dallas.
Well, members of the Variety Club...
It would have been just as good in Oakland.
Members of the Variety Club...
It would have been good in Glendale, too.
Members of the Variety Club...
I mean, stop.
Quiet! Well, never mind. Let's forget it.
Oh,
okay,
let's forget all about it,
Well, wait a minute. It's a great speech. It'll only take me a second. Members of the Variety Club. A very funny thing happened to me while I was flying to Dallas. I said to the pilot, "Hello, Palsy Walsy."
Judge always starts with a funny crack like that.
I said, "Why do all pilots wear black belts?" And guess what the aviator said?
To hold up their pants.
How did you know?
I used to be a pilot.
So we hurried out of Dallas, and when I got home, guess what my cousin Mabel was doing?
She was mowing the carpet.
How'd you know?
George used to be a pilot.
Oh.
Is there anyone here with a little intelligence?
Oh, coming, old boy, coming.
Well, you've got as little as anybody.
You know, that's what my mother always says.
Oh, she admitted it.
Yes, she used to be a pilot.
Oh, go away. Go.
And while my cousin Mabel was mowing the carpet, my kangaroo Laura was in the kitchen laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing.
What was she laughing at?
Oh, my little nephew was sitting in a rumble seat tickling her.
He was.
Did you ever put a piece of wedding cake under your pillow to dream of the man you're going to marry? Well, I can tell you a more dependable way to help your dreams come true. Make yourself so attractive and appealing that men will just naturally fall head over heels in love with you. Use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream regularly to help keep your hands thrilling to touch. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening for rough or tender skin. This fine, fragrant cream helps guard against chapping and that flaky, dried-out look. Even one application of Heinz makes your hands look softer, feel smoother to touch. Use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream from tip to toe. It's a swell body rub. And above all, remember your hands. After every household job and every time you take your hands out of water, smooth on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. That's the way to help keep your hands soft and kissable. Then just hear that man of yours say,
Honey, there's something about you that just bowls me over. Every time I touch your hands, they're so soft and adorable. They give me a thrill through and through.
Now, here is Frank Parker.
Tonight my song is an unusual one, but I think you'll agree it's a pretty one. The moon was yellow and my heart was young. Written by Edgar Leslie and Freddie Allen.
The moon was yellow and the night was young. A smile brought us together, and I was wondering whether we'd meet again someday. The moon was yellow, and the song was sung. That vocal inspiration gave me the inclination to give my heart away. Here we are, is our romance to continue? Will it be my luck to win you? May I look that far? My love is mellow, and my hopes are strong. Around that Cupid fellow, behold, the moon is yellow, and the night is young. Here we are, is our romance to continue? Will it be my luck to win you? May I look that far? My love is mellow, and my hopes are strong. Around that Cupid fellow, behold, the moon is yellow, and the night is young.
Frank, how do you reach those high notes?
My singing teacher used to be a pilot.
I thought so. I knew that was coming.
Say, Frank, Kenny Baker was in Dallas, and he sang the same song you just did.
Kenny Baker?
Uh-huh.
Who's that?
Isn't that a coincidence he asked the same thing about you?
For your edification, Frank, Kenny Baker has the same tone qualities in his higher register as Nelson Eddy.
Yeah, how would you know that?
I used to be a pilot, yes.
Oh.
And not only that, he has no stoop, no squat, no squint.
Who, Kenny Baker?
No, Philco.
Oh, Philco Baker, yes, that's that tall fella, yes.
Well, a lot of people like to hear Coming Through the Rye by Kenny Baker, but I'd rather hear Ain't Misbehaving coming through the nose of George Burns.
Is that so? I'll probably end up as the secretary of the nasal.
Oh, George. Hello, Bubbles. Hello, Gracie. I'd have been here sooner, but I was out with the boys. What boys? Don Wilson.
Oh, yes, the fellow who Jack Benny works for.
Say, Gracie, was your family glad to see you when you got back from Dallas? Oh, yes, especially my grandfather, who doesn't live with us anymore.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
He lives on a desert.
He does.
He's very wealthy. He's a half owner of a Mirage.
Of a Mirage? Who owns the other half?
Oh, some crazy guy.
That's very interesting.
He made a lot of money selling water holes to thirsty people for 20 cents apiece.
Must have made a fortune that way.
Well, of course, he really only gets 15 cents apiece because you get a nickel back on the hole.
If he ever gets out of a hole, he'll go broke.
Yeah. Why, Gracie, a business like that is better than the Taj Mahal.
Taj Mahal? What is that?
I don't know. Clark Gable mentioned it in the picture and it got a laugh.
That's because he wore a funny hat.
Clark Gable. Say, in some places they think I'm bigger than Clark Gable.
In some places you are.
Say, George, I just as soon you wouldn't say those things about Bubbles' figure.
No?
No. You know how a thing like that spreads.
Well, don't worry, Bubbles. Just keep your chins up.
You know, You know, I just can't wait for you to be elected, Gracie. Can you imagine me on the floor of the Senate making a filibuster like Jimmy Stewart did when Mr. Smith goes to Washington?
Do you realize that he spoke for 23 hours?
An amateur, George. I can talk for 23 days. I can hear myself now saying, Gentlemen of the Senate, the moment you finish the dishes, give your hands the creamy comfort of Heinz honey and almond cream.
Truman. Are you going to do this for 23 days?
Maybe longer. It feels good and soothing.
Frank, open the door.
It's the
Truman, you're a little too close to the mic. Step back a little further. A little further, True.
You know what?
A little further. Frank, close the door. Nice work, Frank.
Really? That's the first time I ever closed the door on a broadcast.
No.
Yeah, look, I can even do it left-handed.
Frank, close the door.
Well, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll not only do it blindfolded, but I will drink a glass of water at the same time.
Get away from that door, Frank.
I say, Gracie, did you ever see this album of pictures of me?
No, Ray.
See if you recognize anybody in this picture. It's a group of us in the country.
Oh, what a lovely group. Well, you're all holding up oatmeal cookies.
No, those are our faces.
Because oatmeal cookies have more expression.
Who's this little chap with the accordion pleated face?
Oh, that's me when I was 4 years old.
And who's that silly-looking sap next to him?
That's me when I was 9.
Why, Ray, the one standing behind them is you, too.
Yes, that's when I was 12 and a half.
In other words, all 10 in this group are you.
All except the old man with the gray hair.
Who's he?
Oh, that's me when I'll be 60.
Well, that's a nice future for you, Ray.
I've got a picture of me at home when I was 3 years old. I'm all covered with ice cream.
You're all covered with ice cream?
Yeah, my nurse was trying to put me in a good humor.
That was eccentric, wasn't it?
No, vanilla.
That's a better flavor, yes, vanilla. Come in.
If your hands are rough and red and you want soothing...
Good evening, Burns and Allen program.
Oh, that's a coincidence, so are we.
I'm George Burns. What can I do for you?
Well, you see, I've been listening with great interest to Gracie Allen's presidential campaign. I'm Dr. Schmierbach, a psychiatrist.
Is that anything like a Republican?
I know nothing about politics.
Oh, a Democrat.
Doctor, you mean you're interested in her campaign because you're a psychiatrist?
Exactly. I'd like to ask her a few questions to see if she's capable of running the government.
In other words, you want to test her IQ?
Oh, all right, but whether I Q or I don't Q, I'll be elected.
I'll vote for you, Gracie.
I'm a specialist in mental therapeutics. I watch the mind and see what makes it tick.
What if it doesn't tick?
No ticky, no watchy.
No watchy.
Miss Allen, would you object to a little psychoanalysis?
Well, make it a small one. I only drink to be sociable.
Gracie, what he means is, how are your reflexes?
Well, they're all right, but I get better pictures with my brownie.
A reflex is sort of a jerk.
George, you're just
Oh,
self-conscious.
go.
Well, if you are self-conscious, Mr. Burns, you're what we psychiatrists call a manic depressive with a touch of schizophrenia.
Is that so? And how can you tell?
He used to be a pilot.
Everybody has got that one.
Now, Miss Allen, do you ever feel taut?
Taut?
Yes, tense, like you were being held in a vice and slowly strangled to death.
Oh, yes, lots of times.
What do you do to overcome it?
Oh, I just take off my girdle.
He means, is it a mental contraction or a muscular contraction?
Yeah, oh, it's a silk one. I got it at Bullock.
Nice day, isn't it, Doc?
Miss Allen, yours is a very unusual case. Tell me, when you go to sleep at night, do you see strange things in your dreams?
No, just plain everyday things. Last night I saw a green leopard with pink stripes.
Now we're getting someplace. Miss Allen, did it have an electric fan for a tail?
Yes.
Did it have ears made of hot water bottles?
Yes.
Doctor, what are you crying about?
She stole my leopard.
Get out! Get out! Well, every screwball happens to me, especially that doctor.
Oh, he's a very brainy man and polite, too. Before he left, he gave me his hand.
He did?
Yeah, here it is. You want to shake it?
How do, Doctor? Come on. That was grand, Ray, grand.
Say, George,
Yeah?
when Grace is elected president and I'm appointed postmaster general, I'm going to wear my hair pompadour style, so I'll have something to keep my stamps in.
Well, Frank, when Gracie's elected, you won't have any hair.
Well, then I'll part it in the middle like Jim Farley does.
Yeah, Jim Farley's hair is a goner.
Oh.
How do you like that, Frank?
Beautiful Chinese flowers.
Beautiful Chinese flowers?
Pretty smelly.
Pretty smelly, is that so? Come in.
You too can have beautiful appealing hair.
Was there a man in here who said he was Dr. Schmierbach, a psychiatrist?
Would you recognize his hand?
Quiet.
He's an escaped lunatic, and I'm his nurse.
A lunatic in here? Well, of all places.
Yes, you said it.
You know what he does? He gets thermometers, breaks them open, drinks the mercury, and throws away the glass.
He must be crazy.
Certainly, that's the best part.
Well, just leave your address, and that's the door right over there.
Yesterday, I killed a man.
You killed a man? Why?
I was mad at him. He killed me first.
Look, let's get to the door, mister.
Have you noticed I've been whispering?
Uh-huh.
I lost my voice when I was Caruso.
Well, don't let it get around, but here's the door.
Gentlemen of the Senate, if your hands are ready.
Those guys give me the creeps.
Oh, don't be silly. They're no more crazy than I am.
That's what I'm worried about.
You know, George, you might not believe it, but when I was a young fellow, I was crazy, too. But I took some treatment, and in no time I was cured.
Completely cured?
Sure, just every once in a while I go, whoa! But outside that, I'm all right. Nothing happened.
Is that so?
Say, Gracie, did you hear Dewey's speech at the Hollywood Bowl Saturday night? Oh, yes. So where does he come off telling the people he doesn't like the way I'm running the government?
You never said such a thing.
Oh, we better not.
I say.
Criticizing our national debt. Why, we ought to be proud of it. It's the biggest one in the world.
Gracie, you know nothing about politics. Do you know anything about the RFC? Are you familiar with the Dice Committee?
Oh, please, George. When a girl's running for president, she can't be too familiar with anybody.
I can't wait not to vote for you.
Say, Gracie, I forgot to tell you we received our calico dresses. Oh, you mean for my Omaha convention next month? Yes, but mine is too big. After all, I only weigh 300 pounds with my girdle on.
Well, what do you weigh without your girdle?
I don't know. I've never been able to get it off.
Well, don't worry. Someday you'll snap out of it. Come in.
Honey and almond cream is known by everyone.
Good evening. I'm looking for two men. One says he's a psychiatrist, and the other says he's a male nurse.
And who are you?
I'm the chief deputy from the Lunacy Commission.
You'll never guess who I am.
Who are you?
I'm going to be the next first lady of the land. And the reason I'm whispering is because I lost my voice when I was Caruso.
Mm-hmm.
And this is our next postmaster general.
Oh, is that so?
I should hope to scare you.
Well, you're the two guys I want. Now, come on.
Wait a minute.
Now, don't fight me. I'll put you straight back.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Yes, you and me both.
Are you happy?
No, I'm Gracie. You must be happy.
No, I'm Raymond.
Then we're still alone.
It's wonderful sitting next to you.
Is it? I've never sat next to me.
And I'm rather ashamed to admit it, but I've been dreaming of a wife.
Why, that's nothing to be ashamed of, Ray.
I'm afraid it is. It's the drummer's wife.
Well, I thought maybe you were dreaming that I would be your wife.
Oh, tell me, would you love me when I'm weak and helpless?
I do.
I'm afraid you wouldn't find me a very affectionate sweetheart.
I would if you'd find me one.
Well, I'll be glad to try.
When you're near somebody you care for, do you ever get goose pimples?
Are they anything like cranberries?
Well, that's what you make pies out of.
Oh, really? I never tasted a goose pimple pie.
Oh, they're very good, and I love potato chips.
So do I. Do you believe in taking potato chips to bed?
Well, I do if they're sleepy.
You know, I must stop this elopement right now.
What elopement?
Oh, my heart's running away with my head.
Oh, isn't that romantic? I hope they'll be happy together.
No, but Gracie, wouldn't you like to run away and leave the whole world behind us?
Yeah, but could we be happy in Glendale?
Well,
We could force ourselves.
But sometime, Ray, maybe you can make my dream come true. Maybe you can grab me in your arms and carry me away from this tinsel existence, away from this phony life in Hollywood. I'd like to go to a place that's real, where people live on the level and there's no make-believe.
I'd love to, Gracie. Where do you want me to take you?
To the wrestling matches.
Thousands have already received their copies of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. You can have a copy, too, complete with music and verses, the same crazy campaign song that you hear right on this program. And this sheet music has a big picture of Gracie on the cover, too, wearing her famous, funny presidential hat. This Heinz offer is good for a short time only, so don't delay sending in your name and address, together with a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. Send one carton of the 25-cent size, the 50-cent size, or the dollar size. If you use the 10-cent size Heinz, then send 2 cartons. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. And remember this, the more you use Heinz lotion for your hands, the nicer looking your hands should be. For this fine, fragrant lotion is extra creamy, extra softening to hands that get dry and chapped doing housework all day long. Heinz is actually a creamy emulsion, containing 2 vitamins A and D. It's famous for giving women the world over the hands he loves to touch. Soft, thrilling honeymoon hands. Get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter, and then send the Heinz carton to Gracie Allen for your copy of your campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California.
Now Gracie will sing I Can't Love You. Sing it, Gracie.
I can't love you any more than I do. For if I loved you any more, I would have to be two. I love you with my heart, I love you with my mind. I love you, love you, love you, all there is I find. So I can't love you any more than I do. I wish that I could fashion a masterpiece of melody and rhyme to convey in a clever way how very much I care. But I haven't a flair for clever things, and therefore what I have to say must be said in a simple way. I can't love you any more than I do. For if I loved you any more, I would have to be two. I love you in the sun, I love you in the rain, I'd love you in the middle of a hurricane. So I can't love you any more than I do. Heel, toe, kick, with the 1, 2, 3, and the 4, 5, 6. Da-da, slide, da-da-da-da-dum, glide. Love you with my heart, stop, love you with my mind, turn, love you, all there is I find. So I can't love you any more than I do. Exit, any more than I do. Goodbye, any more than I do. So long, any more than I do.
Want a good hand cream? Then try the new Heinz hand cream in jars. It's made by the makers of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. And like this famous creamy lotion, Heinz hand cream is quick softening for chapped, rough hands. In 2 sizes, 10 cents and 39 cents each at toilet goods counters.
Thank you, Truman. Well, Gracie, say good night.
Oh, good night. In leaving, I want to quote words of another great woman, Laura, my kangaroo, who said, Gracie will be our next president. I hoppa.
Good night.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
And next Wednesday, over these same stations, George and Gracie and all of us will be back again, don't forget. And don't forget, for honeymoon hens, it's Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. And remember, too, next week, if your community changes to daylight time, we'll be back at the usual time. But if your community does not change to daylight time, we'll be on the air 1 hour earlier. Truman Bradley saying good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.